3, 2, 1.
Saving the day.
Can't believe it! Look at this! Welcome everybody to the War Room, the pre-show for the March OCC. I am your host, Christo. I am joined by Berto Burrito, by Not So Innocent Bubbles, and Thanatron. We're going to get you up to speed with all of the decks, the bracket, the lineups, the matchups, and everything you need to know for the March OCC. So before we get in too deep, why don't we go ahead and bring up the brackets to take a look at exactly what you are going to see here as these top 8 players go head to head. It is our usual standard format where the top 2 players of the season get a bye and the other 6 compete to find out, actually, the next 32 compete to see who will be in this top 8 competing for a $1,500 prize pool. So there you see in our first matchup that you will see live here today, Noan 5 taking on Spoker. Noan qualifying first in this season. We've got Dandelion taking on Baron von Glory. Dandelion, who was in the who actually won the last OCC, so seeing them come back once again. We got J King, who qualified second in the previous season, taking on Kaza. We've got Tang taking on 66 Better, who was our runner-up in the previous OCC. So going to be great action, phenomenal players here. We're going to dive into all of the decks. Berto, why don't we start with you? We got Noan coming in first. We'll bring up Noan's player card here and get to know him a little bit better, though no stranger to the OCC. 1,200 matches, 900 wins, a phenomenal 73% win rate. Finishing first usually brings some fun little decks to this type of event. Let's get the deck lineup in this on the screen so I can turn this over to Berto to walk you through exactly what Noan is equipping himself with.
Yeah, so first up here we have a Jalvage deck. There is a small error on the screen because scrap metal actually costs 1 after the nerfs. That just hasn't been updated on the site yet. But it's interesting to see that after that little nerf, that Noan 5 is still confident in the deck, and we will see how it performs for him today. Next up, we have a Exile deck, which is always a lot of fun to see. It can have a little bit of a high roll to it on ladder, but it's a really interesting deck to play, and he's made a few changes with this version versus previous versions, even adding in Desert Rats, which is a very interesting decision. And finally, we have his Germany-Japan, a sort of mid-range list with very powerful mid-range units, the JU, the FW, 2 times burst of fire. So this is a very potent, very lethal list, especially if it keeps up in the early game. It even has 2 Reichsbanks to really get out these scary threats very early on into the game. So an interesting lineup here for sure.
Right on, Berto. Thank you so much. And great call out with the nerf to scrap metal. We did have the spring release, which, went ahead, made a few modifications to a few cards. We had some nerfs, we had some buffs, we had some reserve cards come back in slightly different forms than they were before. So we'll see if that goes ahead and mixes up the meta at all. Let's go take a look at Noan's competitor in this first matchup. We're going to have Spoker here. And so Spoker going through the qualification process, finishing the season 13th. Again, somebody we've seen quite a few times in this OCC type of scenario. 964 matches, still a solid 63% win rate. Let's go ahead and take a look at Spoker's lineup here. Bubbles, I'm going to turn it over to you to walk us through what Spoker's bringing.
So yeah, Spoker has probably one of the most common lineups we see today, and what I mean by this is these 3 decks are all incredibly popular, and I expect we'll get to see a fair amount of all 3 of them, although the Brit deck may as usual get banned, as it is one of those prime targets. But we start off here with the frontline list. Now, this is pretty box standard. There are a few interesting cards in here. We see the Duress, the In the Navy, but these aren't strangers to competitive play, and both of them have seen play in the OCC before, so nothing too crazy or special there. We do also see the inclusion of Half Track again, which did go completely out of favor in when people wanted to go to this M10A1, but now we see people going for a little bit of both. The M10, it offers a better body, and it means your opponent can regain like deployment effects, maybe the FW or something, whereas the half track would bounce an FW and they'd get to draw another card. However, you don't get this tempo swing that you do get from the half track. if your opponent does have an FW and you need to get rid of it quickly, this does it, and they have to spend their whole turn playing it again. So it's a bit of a double-edged sword when comparing M16 half track and the M10A1. And we see Spoker here going for a little bit of both and then using a duress just to supplement that they only have 2 M10A1s. We then see a very, very popular list at the moment. This is a Germany-USA mid-range deck. It really tries to capitalize on this war machine to skip the early game and go straight to the mid game, which is where this deck operates just so well. It's got so many tools. You've got things like Shootsun to trade with your opponents. You've got Gestora, which lets you apply pressure from the back line. You've got Comet to close out longer games. If you can hit your early war machines on this deck, it can be near unstoppable. And this has suddenly become a very popular deck. A few months ago, no one was using this deck. And then we saw pretty much out of nowhere, it rise out of popularity and just become one of the most meta-dominant decks. One of the sort of issues a lot of players will have to face in this tournament is choosing between this German-US list and a German-Japan list. It's pretty commonly agreed upon among competitive players that Germany mid-range is one of the strongest decks at the moment, but obviously you only get one German slot, and that means you have to pick, do I want Japan ally or do I want US ally? US ally generally better against control, but Japan ally can be a little bit quicker and can be slightly favored in the mirror. And then this last deck is a bit of a combo ramp deck. We've seen Brit ramp come and go in the competitive meta, but this one has come back pretty strongly lately and has been tearing up the qualifiers. Every qualifiers we see, at least 3 or 4 of the qualifiers always bring this deck. They always have it in their lineup. And instead of trying to play like a traditional ramp deck where you're trying to use cards like B17 to wipe your opponent's threats from the board while deploying your own and win the game through these huge units, you're trying to ramp and then combo with Crusader to hit an early Commonwealth. And you get by the problem, which this deck always had, which was your opponent could heal a little bit, and then it'd be out of range of your Commonwealth, by just using production order to get one of these 6 attack bombers and finishing off your opponent that way. So overall, a very well-balanced lineup, very difficult to ban against a lineup like this. And like I say, these decks are some of the most popular decks in the tournament. I expect we'll see a bit of all of them today.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Bubbles. And thank you for bringing up the point of a ban right up until the finals. In the finals, we will see all 3 decks from these competitors. But going into that, we are going to have 1 ban, and it is a conquest format. That means the players will have to win with the remaining 2 decks. So going to be a little bit of mind games there, deciding what to ban and how that plays into your lineup and how it affects your opponent. We've gotten through the first matchup here, Noan and Spoker. That is going to be cast by Bubbles and Thanatron when we go live with this March's OCC in just under 30 minutes. Now let's dive into the second matchup. We've got Dandelion, who is back to defend their February win, going up against Baron von Glower. So there you see Dandelion waving to the crowd after that big victory, going through the qualifiers, finishing 21st, over 1,000 matches, and keeping up a 71% win rate, which is quite impressive. Let's turn it over to Thanatron to break down Dandelion's deck lineup.
All right, so we are starting here with another Brit deck, but here you see Dandelion kind of going away from the popular Brit ramps, both Halifax and non-Halifax that we're seeing a lot, and using more of a discard deck here. This kind of resembles the old Brit-German discard from before. We see 2 Annihilations, and we see the return of Wolfpack. Wolfpack brought back in a new form. It is now a bounce and discard rather than a discard and a no draw next turn. So some players really excited to see that card back. Other players really unhappy to see that card back. But that is exactly what discard is going to do. We see a lot of board clears as well, and even some more simple removal, such as that single tack strike, which can be quite useful as a single splash. Moving on, we see another German-Japan mid-range. This is becoming quite classic. We've seen a lot of this. As Bubbles mentioned, we're going to see this a lot today. 1 burst of fire is your big finishing ploy, or certainly can be. This deck has a lot of escape potential, even when it is losing, to be able to come out of nowhere and, maybe lay with only a Folkwolf on the board, You can throw down a comet, burst of fire, and then attack with that Folkwolf, and suddenly you are doing 15 damage, maybe on turn 8 or so, to come out of nowhere and steal games. A lot of potential with that. Of course, the Southern Plans and the Hipper both can combine to absolutely rush your credit stack and make you play possibly one of the most depressing games you'll ever play. Nothing worse than seeing yourself at 2 credits when they're at 8. And then finally, we see a Japan-German Jagro deck here, which has been up and down lately. Jagger, of course, a staple of the game for a long time. Its current iteration is sort of up in the air between how powerful maybe Jagger might have been during like Feigned Retreat, or how strong it might have been previous, but it's definitely still around. Cards like the Panzergren providing it a ton of value, as it does for mid-range as well, and helping it keep up. We see some interesting choices here, like the Trop and the Reichsbank, hoping to kind of maybe burst out some money and some units here, and maybe try to capitalize on a health lead with the Trop. And we also see some interesting AoE options. We see a Shinano, which is dropped out of favor a little bit, but is definitely sort of storming back here as a card that can really turn it around for Japan and punish your big board and sort of free up that space that maybe Jagger needs to work with.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Thanatron. Let's go ahead and dive into Dandelion's opponent here in this quarterfinal matchup. We got Baron von Glower. Baron, as I always like to refer to him as a bit of a community favorite here, coming in at 68% win rate, 653 matches, nice and efficient, getting into that season finish of 15th, making it through the qualifiers to be here today. Let's go ahead and bring up Baron's deck lineup. And Berto, why don't you walk us through what Baron's got here today?
I would love to. So, one thing that Baron has talked to me about is his love for Careless Talk, and how he finds it really good at the moment. So, right away in his Germany main deck, 3 of Careless Talk. You love to see it. You even have U375, which is not a very popular discard card, as it only goes 1 for 1. But Baron is bringing it back. It used to be a little more popular back in the day, a couple of years ago. And maybe the card's being slept on. Baron seems to think so, certainly. And of course, in the Britain Minor, 4 of Glamour Boys, to really get that healing and garden that Germany lacks as a main nation. And then next up, he has another discard deck, this time Britain Main. And it's very similar in terms of what it runs. It's trying to do a lot of very similar things, but it does get to put in some of these strong British elites, like the Mosquito, the Churchill, the Wellington, and especially the 85 Pioneer Company can make a huge difference in these games. And then last up, he does not have triple discard, but he goes with a push OTK for his final list. It's a little similar to the push OTK I brought a couple months ago, but there are definitely some Baron spins on this list, with 2 of Snowstorm, particularly is a Baron classic. He used to love Scorched Earth while it was in rotation, and now Snowstorm fits the bill. So it's really cool to see this deck, and using the newly changed 10th Guards Regiment as a 3-cost 2/5 guard that can't be retreated or suppressed. So some nice new additions here in this deck. Cool to see.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Berto. Let's go ahead and dive into our third quarterfinal here. We're going to have our defending world champion, J King, who qualified second, going up against Kaza. Here is J King's player card, that 74% win rate over 613 games. Another just model of efficiency coming in here in second. No need to go through the qualifiers. Gets that automatic spot. Bubbles, why don't you walk us through J King's lineup?
Absolutely, but I think that 74% win rate, that's gone down a little bit. So now I seem to remember being 76%. So mildly concerned there, but obviously still a very high win rate, just joking. And his deck lists, we see something pretty close to what a lot of players are bringing. But when you pull up the magnifying glass and look a bit closer, there are quite a few key changes. We see first off with this Japan list, double Kagoshima. We've been seeing a little bit of single Kagoshima. It's quite good against Glamour Boys because they don't get to heal their HQ when they deploy, but it's also a bit of a response to all these Schutzens and Winter Regiments coming about, because these have a really hard time getting past this 5 attack plus ambush. They need something to attack first and clear the way, and even then they're going to die, which means they're not going to get this really powerful trigger of repairing themselves and healing themselves back to 5 HP. One of the common ways we see people trying to get around these Schutzen and Winter Regiments is by having units with more than 5 defense, and then when you put this in the front line, it's more difficult to clear. But the way people get around this when you have 5 or more defense is they play type 93s and they lower the defense of the target, and then they just flip the card anyway. So Kagoshima, a little bit better at dealing with Schutzens and Winter Regiments. And then we also see double Gauche. This is the KI 100, this 5k fighter, which is immune to damage on your turn. This is really important for a mix of reasons. One is with all these, Schutzens and reactive cards at the moment, it's really important to be careful of what you put in the front line. And we often see these mirrors ending in a bit of a stalemate where no one wants to push the front line. And having a huge fighter which can just trade away with things freely is really, really good in this situation. Another important factor is with Glamour Boys now having 6 defense, this K100 can just one-shot the Glamour Boys and answer it straight away while receiving no damage in return. And then something a lot of higher level players will be aware of, but some newer people might not be aware of, is being immune to damage on your turn makes a unit completely immune to supply shortage, which is one of the main ways Brits rely on clearing the board at the moment. In fact, it's forcing some people to put in cards like supply priorities to deal with these fighters, because if one of these comes down and you're on Britain, you have almost no way of dealing with it. So we see this deck a little bit more teched than some of the older Jaguar decks, and J King clearly trying to push it in a certain direction. We then see the Germany-Japan mid-range, which is pretty much what you'd expect from German-Japan mid-range. J King opting not to go for the Southern plans and instead trying to just play a slightly quicker and faster paced matchup. The Southern plan is really good in these slower matchups where you can just create a huge gap of resources between you and your opponent, but J King saying, I just want to be a little bit quicker than that. We do also see the Careless Talk in this list, so maybe a little bit of influence from Baron there. And then this ramp deck is one of the most unique ramp decks I've seen in a long time. Whether that will prove to be a good thing or a bad thing, we will be yet to see. However, the only ramp in this deck is the 4 War Machines. We don't see a Commonwealth. We don't see many of these late game bombers, but what we do see is a full stack Californias. California are pretty difficult to clear at the moment because there's not that many targeted damage removal, so it can be very difficult to get past these Californias. The main point I'd be worried about with a full stack of Callies is they're quite slow, so reaching these fighters in the backline, like FWs, might be difficult. We do see a lot of guards in here. We've got the Grenadier guards on top of the Glamour Boys, and this just gives us slightly better defenses against these big fighters. But a very unique ramp deck, and I'm personally very excited to see how this one works out. I'm hoping this ramp deck doesn't get banned just because I want to see how it operates, just due to its uniqueness and difference compared to the other ramp decks we see in the tournament today.
Thank you, Bubbles. I would like to point out 2 things. First of all, I'm pretty sure we've seen J King over an 80% win rate. So dropping to 76, serious concern there. That is 4 big points that I think we're missing. And then Thanatron had actually pointed out in our little behind-the-scenes caster chat here that there are 2 Southern plans in that Germany-Japan list that J King is bringing. So decided to throw a couple of those in as well.
think I will need these going forward. So let's continue.
That makes perfect sense. Just IQ stat jumped right up there. Let's go ahead and take a look at Jay King's opponent here, Kaza, who will be facing him in that third quarterfinal. 693 matches, 64% win rate, coming in 25th, but making it through the qualifiers. Let's go ahead and bring up the deck lineup. I'm going to flip this over to Thanatron, but before we get into that, Thanatron, I don't believe we've seen Kaza before in the OCC.
I certainly haven't. So we're always super excited for a new player to make it through the quals, sort of make the big dance, and get to show their prowess amongst all of the great players. What we see here is some interesting choices for Kazao's first ever OCC. We see something pretty akin to both Jagro and Frontline sort of copied here in his US deck. So we have a lot of stuff that is going to sort of act as frontline mechanics. We do see the full stack of Shermans here for draw, and even the return of 2 We Can Do It's, which have sort of fallen by the wayside as of late. But instead of Japan, he is bringing Germany. I'm sorry, instead of Germany, he's bringing Japan for some extra speed. The recons, obviously very fast. The expansions can provide some very quick draw. And then even the Out of the Mists are very interesting, playing a tiny bit of salvage with a US deck. Not seen a whole lot. And then, of course, some interesting choices as well with some War Machines to get to the mid game faster. So there are a lot of things going on in this deck. A little bit of ramp, a little bit of frontline, and then even a little bit of not necessarily Jagra, but some strong Japan units with Winter Regiments and that Dragon Slayer, and then also a Southern Plan. So there's 3 different draw engines here. You can draw off the Sherman, you can draw off the single expansion with a Japan unit in the front line, and then of course that Southern Plan can really change things around, including making your opponent with a big hand draw back down to 4 cards. Moving on, we come back to another Halifax ramp. We've seen this all over. We've seen it all over Ladder. We've seen it all over the decks today for today's tournament. And Kazao no different here. 4 War Machines, the 2 production orders, providing those 2 big bombers with that added bit of versatility, being able to pick between both the mass suppression and the blitz. And then, of course, your big bombers to finish it off. Co-belligerents deep in that deck as well, which could be very interesting. A lot of swing potential with that co-belligerents and the ASW patrols as well. It is going to be rough if you are down to playing 1 unit against a deck like this. Your 1 big unit has a great chance of getting just blown up as they ramp with ASW, or even worse, just straight up stolen. And finally, we have a Japan-German deck here. What we see is some pretty classic Jagro here. We do have a Take Liberty. We do have both Sendais. Sendai, of course, giving you a lot of versatility as well, being able to maybe take a guard out for your own offensive uses, maybe to take out their best unit for your own defensive purposes, and definitely a card that's sort of seen a lot of play, but then also high level play has sort of shied away from it, or at least gone down to 1 very recently. So playing both of those is sort of interesting. And then the new On the Ascent, we see that a lot in Jagro, can, or at least we do now, has a ton of swing potential as well, giving them that almost board clear or conditional board clear that they've been so sorely needing since the shuttering of Desperate Measures so long ago. So a really interesting lineup, and I can't wait to see it played.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Thanatron. That's going to be our second feature quarterfinal. We're going to have Bubbles and Berto calling that one. But let's get into our final matchup so we can get to the action. We're going to have Tang taking on 66 better. So we got Tang here. Again, no stranger to the OCC's 269 matches, 72% win rate, coming in ninth. We talked about efficiency. This just goes to show the level of competitor that we have got with Tang. So let's go ahead, dive into their lineup. We'll have Berto break it all down for you.
All right, so first up we have a Britain USA ramp list. And there's sort of two directions people are going with the Britain USA ramp. There's the Halifax and Bomber package, and there's the Commonwealth, combo package. And this one aims to end the game with Commonwealth. And that can be a little hard depending on what decks you go against, because there's not too much raw healing in this deck. There's 4 Glamour Boys, there's 1 Fortification, there's 1 Honey, but if you are able to get a good amount of damage into the early game, it can be hard to get back up to that Commonwealth, and it's hard for this deck to win without being able to play the Commonwealth on 30 defense. So we will have to see how that goes. Next up, there is a Germany USA deck. Again, a little bit of ramp, although certainly not so heavy this time, just the 4 copies of the War Machine. And this is a little more of a mid-range deck, again using all these really powerful German elites. Autokanone, these aren't elites, but 7 Schützen and 20 Panzer Grenadier, of course, very, very powerful cards, despite the nerf on 20 Panzer Grenadier. And finally, we have USA featuring an all 3 of Tang's decks, and this is a little more of a classic USA frontline list. Really diverse in terms of the 3 drops here. The 2 Devil's Brigade, 2 M10s, 1 half track, 1 Hellcat. So we will see if he ends up with the wrong 3 drops for his current situation or the right 3 drops for his current situation, because he has a whole mix in here. Yeah, it's interesting to see those little tiny decision points that people are making in this deck with what 3 drops to bring, because that slot is so highly contested with such powerful cards.
Right on. Thank you so much, Berto. Let's go ahead and leave our last but definitely not least 66 better, who was our finalist in our previous OCC 480 matches there. Another 73.96% win rate. So seeing a lot of these elite players hanging around that 75% win rate. Coming in 34th shows you just how tight the top of the OCC is, or the leaderboard is. But let's dive into 66 betters lists with Innocent Bubbles.
So the first deck we see here is this Germany mid-range deck again. Very popular, a lot of players bringing this, and 66 better going for the German-Japan version, which, it's generally seen as a little bit quicker than this German-US version. You don't have these war machines for this elevated mid-game, but you do have better one-drops with things like Type 94 TK early, and you do have little bit better pings with things like Out the Mist. Some of these German-US decks are relying on things like Bombing Raid instead. Oh, not Bombing Raid, sorry, Dive Bombing instead, which just isn't quite as good as Out the Mist. However, we do see 66 better trying to make up for that mid-game a little bit with some nice mid-game fighters. We see the MEBF 1090G, which gives Pincer, when this unit attacks and kills a unit, draw a card and gain a credit slot. So it can help you a little bit with tempo in a similar way to Nashru, but it can also help you with longevity, drawing you some extra cards. So it's quite a versatile card. It is a little bit slower, but very, very versatile. And then we do see the JU-ATH-G6. This is a very big fighter that can steal your opponent's units. It can be really, really powerful if left unchecked. And when comboed with something like the 101 Infantry, which grows a unit when it attacks, you can keep this alive for a long time and really get a lot of value out of it. And then the cherry on top of all these big fighters is this Burst of Fire, which means throughout most of the game, you are going to be threatening a quick lethal with this single copy Burst of Fire. and your opponent always has to stay on their toes and take in mind there could be a burst of fire. I can't leave a Dragon Slayer on board. I can't leave a Jag Bomb on board because I could just die if I do so. We then see a Jagro list. Again, pretty similar to what most players are bringing, but there are some unique points here. We do see the Sakura Regiment, one of, which we've seen quite a few players trying out. Since we lost Bicycle Regiment to the reserve pool, there's been a little bit of an awkward spot with your one drops, especially trying to enable 35T. And we see a lot of 33rd recons coming in to try and fill that void. But then we also see one of Sakura Regiment by quite a few players. We also see On the Horizon, which makes your units immune to damage for one turn. The downside is they cannot attack the HQ. This allows you to trade away the front line. If your opponent's holding the front line, you can play On the Horizon, trade really, really efficiently, but it also allows you to deal with guards in a very efficient manner, not losing your units when you kill these guards. And then we do also see a mountain gun in here, which is something that was really, really popular a couple months ago, and then was pushed to the sideline as more people found it too slow and there were too many answers to it. But maybe now people aren't as ready for this mountain gun as they were before. It's not so good against control, as it doesn't really pressure the board at all, pressure HQ at all, but it's really good at trading with the board, and it can give you a lot of value in a similar way to the Aichi you get from Audacity. And then the last deck we see is this combo ramp deck. Nothing too unique here. There is a little bit more healing in this because we've got, triple naval power, double honey, the Sincerely Yours, and we also see cards like Second Chance, and maybe try and find this Commonwealth a little bit earlier, because you're not going to hit something like one of your units like a Glamour Boys or a Wellington when playing this Second Chance, because it draws 2 orders from your deck. It can help you find your pieces earlier on. Overall, a pretty well-balanced lineup. We do see the Jagro and German mid-range deck being slightly slower than other people's German Japan or Jagro, but that could very much pay off, especially in the mirrors.
Thank you so much, Bubbles, and thank you all for checking out the pre-show where we break down our top 8 players. Stay tuned as we jump into the March OCC in just a few moments.
3, 2, 1.
Saving the day.
Can't believe it! Look at this!
Welcome everybody to the March OCC. We got $1,500 on the line. We've got 8 players all vying for that $750 grand prize and title of March OCC champion. We've also had our spring release, so we're moving forward. Things are a changing. I am your host, Christo. I am joined by Bubbles and by Thanatron. Before we dive into the bracket and check out all of the action, Bubbles, I have a question for you. I feel like you're going to give me an exceptional answer because you're just a little bit smarter with those glasses on. We had the spring release, right? We saw some nerfs, we saw some buffs, we saw some changes. What are you expecting that to affect the meta here today?
Not greatly, to be honest. A lot of the changes were fairly significant, and we've seen quite a few decks being more popular on ladder as an outcome. But really what happened is a lot of these decks which weren't very good were shoved up to tier 2 and tier 3. So we saw a lot of decks which were sort of unplayable and they were elevated up to being playable, especially if you want to have a good time, they're very good. I mean, things like South Discard have become a lot more playable. Things like regular discard have become a lot more playable. There's just been quite a few decks which have been elevated, but they've not really been pushed to this tier 1 status, which is what players want for tournaments. You really want the absolute best decks you can. The main thing we've seen is this German discard and Brit discard. We see Baron bringing both of these, and I do believe one of the other players was bringing a discard deck as well. So this is the main thing we've seen as the outcome of this. I do think the changes we saw in this balance patch will be more relevant in the future. I think there will be times when things that were more subtle and moved around back here will be very, very relevant in the future. I think the changes that were made were pretty substantial to a lot of these cards, and it opens up quite a few avenues. They just need a little bit more support from future expansions to be able to properly explore and maybe flourish in the competitive community.
Kind of preparing the game for the next expansion. Absolutely. Thanatron, I'm going to kind of echo something of what Bubble said. We're talking about, hey, we bumped a few decks up, but we didn't really deal with what was at the top, so to speak, right? We saw the nerf to scrap metal. I mean, we're going to see it today. We saw the one little ding to the Panzer Grenadier. We're going to see it a bunch today. Did they maybe not do enough to some of the top decks to really make an impact in that tier 1 space?
So there's a really interesting sort of display of this here, right? Where both Panzergrens and Glamour Boys both lost 1 health. That's how both cards were addressed. And I think that there is a huge difference, even though the same -1 stat was applied to both cards. The 6 health of the Glamour Boys, I think, comes into play a lot. If you watched the pre-show, I believe it was Bubbles who mentioned both the Goshikin and the Dragon Slayer's ability to now trade out a Glamour Boy at 6 health with just 1 swing. An incredible value trade for both of those planes. Super, super good for the Goshikin, right? As it's not going to take damage based on its card text. So that 1 health, losing that 1 health by the Glamour Boys is really, really important. It takes that guard into something that was almost always a double trade, and on certain occasions a triple trade, which is just terrible, into something where a single value trade is, viable and it's there for you, and then a double trade maybe might not hurt so bad. The counter to this, right, is that the Panzergren also lost 1 health, and nobody cares. That Panzergren doesn't care. The 35T after it doesn't care. It still has 3 attack. It still has blitz, and it's still giving you the resources from its card text, and that's all of the reasons why you're playing it, right? You're still able to use it to address maybe a front line that you no longer have, because 3 damage on a blitzer is, definitely nothing to shake a stick at. And then also, if it is a turn later in the game and you have the credits, you might be able to be blitzing with not only that 3/3, but a 4/4 or 5/5 35T as well. So I think that a lot of the changes, as we mentioned, like Wolfpack is back, and Wolfpack comes back. We see some discard players immediately, which is awesome. But I think that that there's a big change for the Glamour Boys, but then maybe not so much of a change for the Panzergrins. And I'm sure that a lot of people feel maybe a certain kind of way about that.
Enough with the talking. Let's get into it. Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket and see who we will have competing here today. If you are looking for an in-depth analysis of all the decks and all of the players, we did go ahead and do that on the pre-show. You can check that out on demand. So as mentioned previously, we got a $1,500 prize pool here, $750 to first, $450 to second, $300 to third, third and fourth will be splitting that prize. And then fifth through eighth, you will walk away with some diamonds. So we're going to have Noan 5, who did qualify first, take on Spoker in our first feature qualifier. We're going to have Bubbles and Thanatron cast that in just a moment. Dandelion back again to defend the February OCC Championship, going up against Team Heavy member Baron Von Glower. We got J King, our defending world champion, qualifying second, taking on Kaza as our first timer here in this OCC. And we got Tang taking on 66 better, two stalwarts of the competitive cards community here in that last matchup. So gonna have a ton of phenomenal action here today. Keep in mind, this is a conquest format. You're gonna have to win with all of your decks. The players are bringing 3 decks. 1 will be banned in both the quarterfinals and the semifinals, meaning you got to win with the final 2 decks remaining. Once we get to the finals, all the decks are in play. Everything is on the board, and you're going to have to win with all 3, making that a best of 5. So let's dive into our first matchup here. We got Noan taking on Spoker. We're going to once again give you a quick brief peek at the deck. So why don't we go ahead and start with Noan. Bubbles, why don't you just give us a quick run through here of what we're going to see Noan bring today?
So we've got Jalvage, which is an aggressive sort of mid-range card. It's just trying to be as aggressive as possible while also draining your opponent's resources. We do also see the Sally in here, which is an interesting card to see. It is not in the reserved pool. Ignore that little shield. It has been moved back. The website was just unfortunately out of date. We then see Exile, which is a very high tempo beatdown deck that tries to use fighters to end the game as quickly as possible. It can often feel like getting high rolled by the old school Bridair deck when you lose to this. And then we see a Germany-Japan mid-range deck with things like Reichsbank to try and, combo off and win this mid-game as quickly as possible and turn that into a sweet, sweet victory.
Right on, Bubbles. Let's take a look at Noan's opponent, Spoker. Thanatron, why don't you run us through here the 3 decks as soon as they go ahead and pop up on the screen.
All right, so Spoker, big fan of the U.S. card pool. We see the U.S. in every deck. We'll start off with the U.S. main, which is a pretty standard front line. We do see Stars and Stripes and Strat Bombing, so a little extra AoE. We next move into the German mid-range with the very slim ramp package. Those 4 War Machines trying to get out of the early game and into the mid-range game where they excel. And then finally, we have a Brit US ramp. We do not have Halifaxes, so this is a more standard ramp. Big ASW patrol to get those ramp credits up real high, and then hopefully a Commonwealth finish for Spoker.
Thank you, Thanatron. Let's go ahead and take a look at the bans here and find out what these players are going to have access to in this first matchup. So Noan going to lose that Exile Brit list. And on Spoker's side, we're going to lose the frontline list. So Bubbles, in the pre-show, you were mentioning that it was probably more likely that Spoker would eat the ban on the Brit US kind of combo ramp Commonwealth deck. Is that surprising to you here that we didn't go always ban Brit?
It surprises me a little bit, as this Brit deck I find can be very scary and difficult to play against. But I also know that Noan is very good on the deck himself. He plays the deck a lot, he's very capable on it, and that he most likely scrimmed these matchups. So I expect the not banning Brits is a sign of confidence that he feels his other decks are able to take it down.
And Thanatron, on your side, you're seeing the Exile Brit list being banned. Is that just like that explosive kind of potential, like Bubbles was saying during the deck breakdown? It just feels really bad if you can't get out in front of it.
The deck's high roll potential is definitely there, right? And you can just basically lose to that deck at no fault of your own. You might just come with a bad matchup through whatever deck you decided to go into the match with. Or, you know, even in a good matchup, high roll is just high roll, and sometimes there's nothing you can do about it. There's also a mental aspect. Certain players, and I don't know this about our players today at all in specifics, but certain players like banning a high roll deck because getting high roll just sucks. It feels bad. It's tilting. It might cause some rage to bubble up below the surface, which might put a damper on some of your better decision making. So I know that there's also a mental aspect as well that some players just don't want to deal with that, and I don't think that they're wrong for those thoughts.
Well, let's get into it. We're going to be into our first game here of our first quarterfinal matchup for the March OCC.
And we see Germany against Germany, mid-range against mid-range, but this is the German-Japan version against the German-US version. Now, I've personally found the German-Japan version to be slightly favored in the matchup. However, if this German-US version hits early War Machine into some of their mid-range tools, it can be very difficult for the German-Japan deck to keep up. Noan doesn't have the quickest of hands, but Autocannon and Dragon Slayer are two really powerful threats. However, Spoker has a very, very powerful hand. Now, just judging by these mulligans, Thanatron, I'd say Spoker's in a solid position here.
Yeah, he's definitely like to see this Noxshib Panzer opening, right? There's a lot of speed there, and possibly some credit generating potential, depending on what Noan has. But as you laid out here, Noan with possibly excellent drops on 3 and 4, depending on how much early pressure he's going to have to deal with. And that could be huge. Also, that countermeasure from the deep kind of laying big as well. If no, he just chooses to put it up here, which is interesting, right? There's not a lot of big 3 drops in this deck for him to catch. So maybe just trying to catch the 35T. If he doesn't catch anything with it, though, and he throws it up instead of the autocannon, then it could catch something like a 5th Rangers, which would be pretty valuable for Noan. But throwing down an autocannon, also great. Throwing down a Reichsbank, also great.
Yeah, this Reichsbank allowing you to go into like Autocannon Dragon Slayer next turn might be a really powerful route here for Noan. The issue is, if you put up this Reichsbank, it basically says to Spoker, I don't have any threats at the moment. Oh my god. That's taken the wind out of me. That is possibly the perfect card to deal with this autocannon. It allows you to go for the dive bombing, reduce its attack down to 0 and its defense to 2, which lets the 35T trade away with it very beautifully. We may see Spoker try and do this on a later turn, as this leaves you in a very awkward 3 credits, and you don't really have anything to do with 3 credits.
Well,
But
he will
just
get some
gonna go for
Noxshib
it.
dollars, correct? Oh, so that's what you meant by 3, right?
Yeah,
It's
he
going to be
gets-
back up at 3.
It's a very awkward spot to be in, but getting rid of this autocannon as quickly as possible can be a really, really key part of this match. Now, Spoker does have the board advantage, and not doing too bad on credits either with this War Machine. We may see Noan try and get this Reichsbanks off. The later in the game you play this, the less useful it generally is. The issue is you're giving up a lot of board potential if you go for this Reichsbank. Going for the Nate, not the nicest of things either. You can go for the air superiority to take out this 35T, but then you're floating 1 credit. And if you go for this from the deep and put down a Nate, that gives Spoker just 2 extra credits on his turn, essentially for free, by getting rid of the Nate with a 0 operation 35T. It's a really awkward position here for Noan. I wonder if we'll see the Dragon Slayer just as a sort of, I don't know what to do, I'll just put down a big fighter.
And the Reichsbank. Honestly, I thought that might be what we saw. Just sort of, I can efficiently spend my whole turn putting down a big body, you know, a big threat that you have to think about, you have to deal with. But just choosing to sort of kick the can down the road. I'm going to have a lot of money next turn. And next turn is going to be where I make my moves.
This through the breach is actually very nice here for Spoker, because one of the things I'm thinking if I'm Spoker here is there's the potential for this huge Leopold to come down and completely swing the tempo of this game. Now I can go for 35T plus through the breach and clear a Leopold the moment it comes out. So I think this changes how Spoker looks at the game and just means that you can be a little bit more aggressive with what you put on the board. Now, 3 solid options here. War Machine would allow you to continue to ramp through the game and play into your FWs and Fifth Rangers. Tactical Strike answers most of Noan's threats, and obviously Devil's Brigade is just a strong unit.
I really like the tax strike choice. Looking at Noan's deck list, he sees things like the Dragon Slayer, and even that Stuka. Could be quite annoying. So really nice to hold on to that. We have the Reichsbank turn here, Noan, with plenty of money. And he is going to put out some planes, and he is going to kill the 35T. Obviously, the Noxshib trade into the Nate is still definitely there for Spoker. So he will essentially be able to kill that for free. He's going to spend 2 with the Panzer 3H. He's going to get 2 back.
Also with this Tactical Strike, like you mentioned, it answers this Dragon Slayer so beautifully, and Dragon Slayer is one of the biggest threats for 4K at the moment. You put this down on turn 4, and it forces your opponent to deal with it because 6 damage a turn is just way too potent. But Spoker just answering it straight away for 3 credits and getting 2 of those back.
Not super relevant in this matchup at all, but that Dragon Slayer, one of the best cards to salvage in the game, right? When you salvage a Dragon Slayer, it is a 3 cost that immediately gets that veterancy, making it into the 6/4. So it's actually better than the original because it still gets that text. It still immediately flips over to the big bad version and costs 1 less because it's been salvaged on a 4K into a 3K. So
Now,
definitely something that could come into effect today later in the tournament.
We did see Spoker eating that from the deep, and that might look like a huge swing in Noan's favor. But with Spoker's hand of double FW, you're pretty happy with a Fifth Rangers eating that counter measure, because you can just put down your FWs and win the game through 5/5 fighters that draw you a card. These FWs give you both value in the sense that they draw a card, but also a lot of pressure because they are these huge units that can attack from anywhere on the board. So very, very popular card at the moment because it just does so much for you, applying pressure to the HQ as well as drawing you cards. We see Noan just going for the Comet, a little bit of a desperation play. And I imagine...
What will be interesting here, too, is Noan next turn may have to dive bomb and Comet one of those FWs, which is going to feel bad.
Does find a 15th Cavalry, which is a nice one drop to find as it lets you trade away with this guy in the front line. Schutzen also a very strong find. However, like you say, there is a 5/5 fighter on the board, and that is a problem you may have to deal with straight away, and it will take your whole turn to do so. And this is what we mean with the FW. It's such a threat that you have to answer it, but now from Spoker's perspective, you're still happy with this because you've drawn a card from it, you have another one, you can just continue this pressure. We may also see an autocannon of Fifth Rangers play, as this also puts down a ton of pressure. However, interestingly enough, if we see such a play, we could see a 15th Cavalry plus Stuka come out and discard something from Spoker's hand.
The one thing Noan does have going for him, right, is that Spoker is playing the U.S. Allied version, so he is not worried about things like Burst of Fire. Those big fighters are scary, but they're not quite as scary as when someone is playing the Japan Ally version.
It's also worth noting there are 2 Burst of Fires in Noan's deck. Burst of Fire with Comet does 10 damage and could very quickly kill Spoker from hand, especially if things like the Schutzen to provide a little bit extra burn. So Burst of Fire definitely going to be what Noan is looking for.
And everything about this matchup is just no guards. On either side, you are not going to see a guard here. So Noan definitely knows that. Playing someone literally playing Germany-US, right? So without even looking at the deck list knows, there's no guards in that. So these fighters, these Burst of Fires, they are potent throughout the entire game.
Now, there's a couple options here. You can go for this comet and continue to take down the HQ, but that only does 4 damage, whereas the shoots and trade does 3 damage. It's 1 damage difference. The shoots and trade also allows you to establish an 8th and a 15th cavalry on the board, which I think just applies a little bit more damage to Spoker. It's just slightly scary. Putting down 15th cavalry into a Nashub, you just feel like you're giving your opponent some extra money. Now we see Noan putting down as much pressure as he possibly can. If he can get Spoker down to that 10 HP range, it does mean a burst of fire ends the game. Spoker needs to answer these threats, does have some very powerful ways of doing so. Through the breach can get rid of this fighter, and then Heinkel can get rid of the guy in the front line. Even has the credits to go for the autocannon first to just, put down maximum damage to the HQ.
And again, there's so many things in this matchup where they're just not things to worry about, right? This is, these two decks probably have some of the least AoE that A or S tier cards decks have ever seen. These are not board clear decks. In the age of supply shortage monsoon rat, these are not decks that pack board clears. So you can really throw some threats down. You can go a little wide. You can be a little aggressive, and it can really pay off. And both these players definitely understand that within this matchup.
Now, it looks like Noan is in a huge spot of trouble with this Justura. I would have liked Spoker to take the Sudden Strike because there is actually a 107 Volks credit here, single copy in Noan's deck. And that would have just slowed down this FW by an extra turn and given Noan more time to find this burst of fire. But now, Noan's staring down 9 damage from the board, which means Spoker just needs to deploy a single unit, and that ends the game right there. I think we may see, unfortunately for Noan, this Comet has to trade into this autocannon. It's the only real way for survival.
And it looks like that's exactly what we're going to see. You brought up a... no, he's going to go face.
HQ, saying, Spoker, you cannot find lethal. I'm going to try and top deck this burst of fire and kill you.
And it bluffs the burst of fire too. Spoker has to think that he has it now. For someone to make that sort of bold play where they're just saying, I'm not playing a defense here. I'm only playing offense.
Spoker has lethal here, right? If you get rid of your Nashub and hit face with everything, that leaves you with 2 credits. You put down the 22nd. Drawing 22nd from the top found lethal here for Spoker. Top decking lethal and taking game 1 against Noan. And that was far closer than Spoker would have liked. And for Noan here, just wishing for one of these bursts of fires, running 2 of them, but not able to find it.
And you made another salient point about that 101st. For a while there, Spoker was actually sitting on 13, which feels, like a little better because, say, like the burst of fire on a Folkwolf would be 12 or it would be 10. But as you brought up, that 101 allows a 10 credit combo where if you put down your Comet, you put down your 101st pincered onto the Comet, and then play that burst of fire, you're actually doing 6 and then 7 because it's a 5 damage fighter that is going to get the +1 both times, which obviously adds up to 13. So, the amount of burst potential from those burst of fires and even something like that 101 adding another 2 damage can be extreme. There's not a lot of safety.
Now we see Noan bringing out the Germany-Japan mid-range deck again, trying to take a game with it, and Spoker bringing out this ramp deck. It's a very interesting matchup. Brits don't have that many ways of dealing with these big fighters, especially ones like FW that draw an extra card, because if you pop removal to get rid of this, your opponent doesn't mind too much. They've already gained card advantage from it. You really just need to pin these down and slow down this Germany deck for as long as possible so that you can end the game of Commonwealth. These big bombers aren't going to be hitting the HQ this match. There's too many fighters and there's not any healing for Noan, so you don't need to attack the HQ. They're purely going to be focused on trading with the board. Now, is that a full keep from Noan?
Be very interesting if it was. Noan also with the Zerstors and the JUs. So a lot of big fighters for Noan at 4, 5, and 6 drops. While we have a very quick second here, while the players are considering their early turns, we would, as an entire cards community, like to shout out Leo on his new marriage. We'd like to wish him and his new wife very many happy years of matrimony from the entire community and especially Team Heavy. Congratulations, Leo! Very, very cool starting his young family. Very happy for him. Big
Yes,
shout out to Leo
congratulations to Leo. It's a very
and
nice
Mrs.
guy.
Leo.
We and Mrs. Leo. We met them at Worlds, me and Thanatron, and I have to say, a very lovely guy to chat to. Now we see Noan going for the Reichsbank, which puts Spoker in a little bit of a difficult position because when these big threats come down, Spoker not really going to have any ways to answer them straight away. You've got a little bit of ramp, you've got the Glamour Boys, but really the Glamour Boys with this 6 HP isn't as good against this German deck as it used to be, especially when an air superiority now takes half of its health. It can very quickly close out the game.
And to this point, I have not really seen anybody running Reichsbank in their German Japan. This is definitely some really cool Noan 5 tech, which is something that he is known for, is throwing in some very interesting splashes and being able to utilize them very effectively. And there's only 2 Reichsbanks in the deck, but they've already come into play both games here. And a turn 3 Reichsbank is terrifying when you know some of the big bodies that are lurking in that deck.
Now, Pioneer is a very, very powerful card here to find. Unfortunately, not going to be able to go for the ASW next turn, as really this super early ASW can be a huge part of what makes this Brit deck so scary. They go for an ASW, they're on 1,000,000 credits, they've cleared one of your big threats from the board, and then they put down the Crusader, and you just see the game slipping away from you. But Spoker are going to have to be slightly slower with that combo, which might give Noan the opportunity to just down the HQ before Spoker can stabilize. Now, interesting choice here. You can go for the Glamour Boys, but it dies straight away, and you're not able to ramp if you do so. You're in one of these situations if you're Spoker where no matter which route you take this turn, you feel like you're not doing enough.
Just a huge Reichsbank allowing just look at this board. That Noan just finished turn 4, and that's the board that he has out. A 5/5 35T, a bomber drawing him cards, and a 3/3 that was able to be blitzed into the front line. It's a whole board. It's a whole board that he was able to just throw out on turn 4 off the back of that one Reichsbank. And as you said, literally giving Spoker just a miserable choice between a bunch of low value turn options.
And this supply shortage is going to take a while before it really kicks in to be useful. Hoping to find a monsoon rot, does find a production order. Now you may think the suppress version is a very powerful tool here, as it does remove the buff from this 35T, but suppress actually removes supply shortage. So now that the supply shortage is out, you cannot go for this suppress, or it will just counteract the debuff. Monsoon rot going to be costing 5k, which means Spoker can go for MI5 to try and dig one more card to find it. However, with Noan's hand of Azure Storers and removal and a comet, you're not going to be able to guard up very safely, and you're just going to get so much damage incoming at you. It's really looking like Noan has able to, just take over this mid game so quickly with the Reichsbank, coming off the back of all these credits.
Spoker doesn't have a terrible turn next time, right? Sitting on that Devil's Brigade, so pretty easy to envision. The 1 ping damage to the 3/1. Sending the Devil's Brigade into the 35T will set both those units at 1 health, so they will die next turn due to the supply shortage. So he can clear the board here. He's only going to be on 5 health, which is terrifying.
You do have 3 credits left, though, so you can heal as well. Put yourself up to 11. It's a very good point. This Red Devil is actually coming in incredibly clutch, but with
Comment
Noan's
hand. It's very scary. The Glamour Boy is definitely going to be a big boon for that. Two of them is going to hopefully get Spoker's health total back to some sort of reasonable, manageable situation here. And this is big. And out of the mist combined with the air sup is going to take the Pioneers away from Spoker. All that credit reduction is gone. And Noan has a couple of orders, That card is going to make Noan some money as well now that it's been salvaged.
Look at this beautiful turn here for Spoker with the ASW patrol with only one target on board, and it's an excellent target. There's no risk of hitting a small 35T or anything like this.
And can also be efficient with one of his production orders if you'd like.
I am
obviously
concerned about Spoker's ability to finish this game, though, because you've taken so much damage to your HQ, and these bombers are so unreliable with how many fighters there are. So I'm concerned that Spoker is going to stabilize. The game's going to go really long, but Noan 5 is just going to win because Spoker can't.
The way that the threats line up is a lot of bombers into fighters. You are correct, and that is only going to bode well for one of our players, and it's not going to be Spoker, but we definitely have some interesting things lining up. Of course, Noan, looking at his comment again, no burst of fire. And Spoker obviously likely about to heal back up.
I mean, you do want to keep this Comet secret until you have to play it in this matchup, because the moment you drop Comet, it tells your opponent, I have this already, you have to play around this blitz from hand. Right now, Spoker may look at a board and think to myself, I have to just hope that Noan doesn't have Comet and I can't play around it. So Noan wants to keep that secret until absolutely has to reveal it.
Once that Comet is seen, once it is revealed, as you say, it's just going to be guard down. Spoker is just going to try to always have at least one guard out to catch that Comet. And then knows as well with Japan that there's no suppresses to worry about for his guard. And I believe Noan not running honorable deaths.
No, honorable death has been put out in favor of Out the Mist and dive bombing. Out the Mist better against things like Jagros. You can steal like Type 94 and 15th Cav, allowing you to trade with the board. But this honorable death a lot better against control decks. Now we see Spoker trying to start to turn around the game, putting down the guard, going with the MI5, slowing down Noan's game plan a little bit. This Sexton could be a very important play. You are able to double guard it, because like you say, there's no suppress, which means you don't have to spread your guards out over both sides of the HQ, which means you can have two guards protecting your HQ and the Sexton.
And that supply shortage,
go on.
Not a huge supply shortage, not a huge deal on that board, but it does set up the Zerstorer into a value trade into the Glamour Boys. But the Zerstorer is going to provide the 35T with that extra 1/1 from Combined Arms, going to make it a 5/5, and that is huge. That allows a Glamour Boys to be salvaged, which is 4 extra health for Noan. The Commonwealth no longer looking likely for Spoker, but still really nice to be able to have any health above 20 for Noan.
Like you said in the pre-show, this Glamour Boys health has been relevant multiple times, not necessarily in the tournament, but in recent competitive play, and we now see it in the tournament. That would have been an extra trade there from Noan to get rid of that Glamour Boys if it had 7 health. We already see going down to 6 health being relevant in the first game of Glamour Boys. Now, this mixed regiment, probably not what you were looking here from Nate. If you find something like a signal regiment out of the Nate, it just completely transforms this game into something else. Things like these mixed are just a little bit slow and not really offering Noan what he needs. Slightly awkward board state. Playing the FW may be overextending a little bit, but you may not have much choice. Just the potential for like a Monsoon Rot to come down, this Sexton eats the FW, just store a dice to the supply shortage. It's a very awkward position, and the Glamour Boys can easily trade into this guy in the front line. So Noan has to figure out how to apply maximum pressure while committing minimum resources, which is really what playing against Brits is all about.
And he would really like to find some more fight and instantly finds the other Folkwolf. So that is a huge play. Still 2 JUs in Noan's deck as well, and I believe one's restored. And every single one of those fighters is almost acting like a guard in this matchup because of the sheer amount of bombers that Ramp kind of takes and is able to utilize. I mean, we see, 2 huge blitz bombers just chilling in Spoker's hand, for the time being, for the foreseeable future. So every single one of those big fighters.
Just trying to work out where exactly he wants to play it. You kind of want to keep the Sexton safe, but you also want to keep your HQ safe. But you also don't want to throw away such a big health bomber. So it's a really awkward situation. However, without Crusader in hand, without any card draw in hand, you don't feel comfortable just playing these other cards. You want to keep your British orders for the Crusader. It's really, really important because with Honey Crusader, that is how you're going to be healing up to this Commonwealth this game. So slightly forced to go for the bomber. Takes out the FW. Now, no one can steal that bomber. However, it is just a 1-1.
Yeah, not going to provide him much utility. If it was the suppressed version, then, you'd take that right away.
Its main purpose is that it buffs a potential future combined arms. But have we seen double Panzer Grenadiers? We've seen a lot of Germany in the last 2 matches. And when I think back in my memory, all I see are many, many copies of Panzer Grenadiers.
Dancing Panzer Gens. I believe we have only seen one in this match, but yes, I would agree. The card is so ubiquitous, it is certainly hard to keep the Panzergren plays separate. And yeah, that mixed judgment did its job. Killed a big bomber.
We also see the Stuka Noan turning into a little bit of a bomber strategy with his hand. This Stuka could be game-changing, actually. With the Stuka coming down, you're able to not only clear guards, but you're able to start ripping apart Spoker's hand. And I think, depending on what Spoker loses, if you lose this bomber, you might just not be able to kill Noan through the Glamour Boys hill. And obviously, if you lose Commonwealth, the game is over. You are done. You have to go to game 3.
Will be interesting to see how well Noan can use that Stuka, right? It's not getting a discard until the second ground unit is destroyed, right? It comes out, and then you have to destroy 1 ground unit, which you could use the Stuka splits for, or you could use any other unit you have on the board to then flip the card into its veterancy, allowing it to then start discarding, but then you have to be able to kill another ground unit to actually trigger that discard. And with Spoker having these huge bodies, it is a little more difficult than maybe it would be naturally, especially with this pin as well.
Now, we may not see it come out this turn due to the reasons you stated, but I do think he's able to just sit it back and wait till he finds some of his removal. Now, to flip the Stuka, I believe you just need to kill a ground unit, and then for the discard, it has to be attack and destroy a ground unit. So you're able to use the orders for 1 step, and then you have to use the attacks for the 2nd step. Now, Noan, looking at 3 cards from the deck, I'm telling you, we can see it. The technology. We see a Leopold, an autocannon, and an air superiority. Leopold, obviously an incredibly powerful card, but do you want to give all these deployment effects back? No, going for the air superiority, that will allow Noan to use that in conjunction with the Stuka to try and get some work done. We're going to see a card discarded this turn. The 0k bomber comes out as it was salvaged, costing 3k, and then reduced by 3 by the Nashub. We can see the Sexton killed by both bombers, as well as the air superiority flipping the Stuka.
And now the Stuka into the Glamour Boy and
Hits
the Honey.
And this hand is getting smaller and smaller here for Spoker, and this is a big problem. Monsoon Rot, not what you need.
The ground units, the single ground unit he has is very, very killable.
He's going for
and
the
we're Commonwealthing for draw.
You've used one of your B24s already. You do have a second one in hand. However, I think you have just said, I cannot end this game. I am going to die to fatigue. Or fighters. It's fighters or fatigue. It's one or another.
As you very eloquently put a good 10, maybe 15 minutes ago, it certainly seems like Spoker is going to play a long and involved game where he just doesn't have the threats to compete in the end.
I love it when a plan comes together. Now we see Spoker in a really difficult situation. Losing the Monsoon Rot, you can go for Crusader draw, but to what end? Now, Noan did get rid of the fighter, which means this B24 is a threat. Maybe would have been nice to hold on to that. However, I don't think it's enough of a threat to finish the game. It can kill these units on board, but with the Comet in hand, I don't see Noan dying before Spoker does, especially with the 2 Ju-88s in deck still, right? For Noan, he's got more fighters available.
I believe there's a Restorer left as well.
Well, Spoker can't pin down the Comet to protect the Bomber either. One of the nice things you could do is pin down a fighter and use the Bomber to clear other threats on the board until you find your second Monsoon Rot to clear the fighter. But you're not able to do that because the Comet just completely ignores pin with this bounce back to hand evasive ability. And it really looks like this is going to be Noan's game and taking it to a game 3. It's just a matter of time.
And if you told me this morning that the Stuka of all cards was going to play a big role in today, I would asked if he got enough sleep. I would have maybe thought some things. But here we are. Some great play by Noan, utilizing the Stuka.
There's another ground unit here. It doesn't really matter what's discarded at this point, but if it hits a Wellington or a B24, it's just
even that Devil's Brigade.
Worse.
Yeah, Spoker just doesn't have
it's
threats.
the SW, not the worst thing to discard. And now Spoker has to kill Noan before he just dies to everything else, which is... It's a tall order. You can Devil's Brigade this guard and use it to trade into this this unit on board. Has it supply shortage actually? If it's not, I believe it's supply shortage, right? This shoots.
The Stuka and the Schutzen are the 1/1 Glamour Boy is not.
So we see Spoker trying to put himself in a position to start beating down Noan, and not going down without a fight. Noan needs to find something to get rid of this guard. Finds the Ju-88.
Which is going to block that Wellington.
B24 is going to have to come down and clear the Ju-88, and then you have to leave one of your bombers exposed or leave your HQ exposed. But you can race Noan quicker than Noan can race you. Spoker has a chance at this.
Sitting on Crusader, Crusader will help as well, but sitting on Pin and healing as well, right? Like, you put down a big plane, put down that big JU, and he can pin it for turn and can draw 2 because of the Crusader. He can heal back up. It's certainly more interesting than it was a minute ago.
Down to only a couple cards left in deck, and it's starting to look real difficult here. The B24 is going to have to come down. Takes out the Ju-88, tries to apply face pressure.
And a little bit of ramp for fun. And you can see Spoker making the decision here, not guarding. He knows his threats are what can win him the game, not his health pool. Go ahead, hack away at my health pool. The threats are what I need.
He finds the Yag Bomber. Able to bounce the guard, not able to kill both bombers, but now the Wellington will have to sacrifice itself. No one's on a 3-turn clock. The Glamour Boys to protect this big bomber again, and
but that up to over 30 health now for Spoker between 4 more from the Glamour Boys and the fortification.
I mean,
so
at this point, fatigue isn't a threat anymore. The threat is whether you can find an answer to this bomber. You've got 2 turns to draw a card. Spoker trying his absolute best. Noan 5 finds a naval
That's
supply
not it.
run. You're not able to play that, or you will lose your comet. Or you have
Or
a
at
good
least a
chance of losing your
50-50.
comet.
Yeah, next turn when you
Too
draw
high.
a card.
However, hold on. Go for the naval supply run. You sacrifice the comet, and you use the Panzer III to get rid of the bomber. Spoker can't kill you. Spoker has lost his only way of ending the game, and Noan, by the skin of his teeth, takes it to a game 3.
Wow.
That was way too close for both players. I doubt either player is comfortable right now.
Great eyes by you to see that so quickly.
Now we go to Jagro against Brit Ramp. It is the old classic of healing and control against I'm going to smack you in the face as quickly as I can. And I find often in these matchups, historically, the game has been decided in the first 4 or 5 turns. But with the current tools Jagro has available, it can go later, and it can be a little bit more... Oh, this isn't Jagro, sorry. My apologies. This is Jalvage. How
Indeed.
does Jalvage affect it? You do have Sally to draw you some cards. You can scrap metal your own Sally. It's a bit of a self-discard Jalvage deck, right?
It's certainly interesting.
You've got
There's some-
34th Infantry and Sally in here. I believe that's your only source of self-discard combo. You don't have anything like the Betty or the Kate or anything like this. So it's a bit more of a fringe little thing on the side of the deck.
Right,
But
and not
sometimes-
using
Go
US
on.
for the... So I was just not using US allied, so you don't have the supply... not shortage or priorities. What's the third supply card? What's
Supply chain.
supply chain? Yes.
There's a lot of supplies. There's a lot of
which is-
supplies. You also lose the mobilization, which has just recently come back from rotation in a new coat of shiny paints. But just having Sally's and 34th in the same deck means sometimes you're going to randomly get a free convoy just by pressing the end turn button. And that's a big deal. That's not to be, you shouldn't turn the other eye at that. The downside is sometimes you'll have Sally stuck in your hand, and that's very, very unuseful. You do have the scrap metal to get rid of it, but you are then using scrap metal and Sally. You're sacrificing 2 cards to draw 2 cards. It's not that powerful. It's okay, but it's not, it's not the super value you want.
Yeah, more of just a cycling for sure. Both players, kind of taking a second here, maybe to gather themselves, really think about this last match.
Yeah, a little bit of time to reflect and maybe... I think what I would be doing in this choice is just regretting decks I bring to tournaments. This is usually what happens. The moment I hit my first series, I think to myself, I've definitely made a mistake here. But just a bit of
Certainly.
time to have a glass of water and maybe grab some popcorn for those at home, as it could turn out to be over very quickly, but it could turn out to be similar to this match we just saw, where it goes on for a long time. And this Japan deck, it still packs more tools to deal with control than older ones did, especially with the popularity at the moment of naval supply run. Not having to play around Feigned Retreat, you can put the naval supply run into the deck, and that turns any board into a terrifying threat. Well, I'm still a little bit, worked up from that last match. I'm still a little bit just recovering, trying to, find my feet again. 'Cause that was... How many top decks for Noan there were out? I'm not sure exactly, but I'd hazard a guess at about a third. And Spoker, you just have to mentally reset and move yourself into the next game. I'm sure this is something you had to deal with playing in Worlds. where you would have a rough match and you just have to move on and do your absolute best to just not let it affect you and hold you down.
Yeah, I'm hopeful that this is some sort of bathroom break. I hope that this isn't someone taking this long just to sort of calm their nerves. I don't mean that in any sort of negative way or that we need the stream to move along, but I think that is too much contemplation. If
I mean,
if,
we're
if
nervous
all of
too.
this time, if all of this time is being used just to think about this pending match, I think you are really risking getting in your own head a little bit here.
I mean, there's definitely something to be said about straightforward, don't overcomplicate it. Just, I'll do my best, and it is what it is. And I mean, both these players have proven themselves. And I feel like once you've proven yourself, you might put pressure on yourself to perform because you feel like it's what's expected of you. But from most of the community's perspective, you are a proven player. We know you're a good player. You don't need to worry. Just do the best you can. Because I find it's very easy, especially when on camera, to worry more about what the viewers are seeing than what's actually happening in your game. Maybe that's just me, but I think it's definitely a trap people can fall in when being on camera in these matches. Now, how have you been? On the small talk sort of
Yeah,
side of things.
this is really where I should have saved the wedding announcement for. This would have been prime.
Did you get your invite?
To Leah's wedding? It's in the mail, I assume. International, international shipping. You know, it's got a while to go.
Now,
but here we are. We are in
see.
our last game. The winner of this is going to win some money, and the loser of this is not. So some financial implications here, as we are separating the money winners from the non-money winners here.
You know, those who can pay rent and those who can't. Now, we see a very good hand here from Noan and an interesting hand here from Spoker. I will admit, I've not played much ramp, or at least not much of this style of combo ramp, so it's not clear to me what's good. We do see double supply shortage, which you would assume is very powerful in this matchup. Noan putting down one of the best threats in the game, the Type 94 TK early, and Spoker may just need to pin that to slow down Noan's advance.
Spoker with the anti-aggro full house here. A pair of enemy contacts and 3 supply shortages.
Now,
my man is ready.
Has a few options on how to play this turn. Can go for the 34th and the 15th, but I feel like you're overextended into the supply shortage. I kind of like to see a 34th infantry come down and just going for this draw, go for this expansion and stockpile your hand a little bit so that you can weather the storm of these supply shortages.
Yeah, full stack of expansions for Noan, so I would say, you know, getting that first one off on turn 2, probably a great idea.
In
but
on the board.
Going a little wide here.
You know what? You don't have it. I'm going to call your bluff, but unfortunately for Noan, Spoker not only
I got it 3 times.
not bluffing, but has 3 aces in his hand at the moment. Is going to be able to get this expansion off still, so not the worst thing in the world. However, not finding anything to play. You can put down a Type 93, but that's not much of a threat to Spoker. The biggest threat from the Type 93 is the ability to enable more expansions in the future. You do get a chance of hitting a Sally, which would be potentially game-changing here for Noan if able to get this +2. Now, we did touch on it a little bit in the last matchup. Playing against Brits, is he going for the...
Out of the misting his own unit for the salvage here, which I assume that we are going to see him go right into the scrap. Nope, plays it again.
Just refresh it. Just wants to keep it around to try and hit the Sallies. However, I feel like this is a pretty safe Crusader. There is the Honorable Death in Noan's hand, but if an Honorable Death hits your Crusader, you're a little bit sad, but you're not gutted. You've gotten a bit of card out of it, and you've eaten this removal piece from your opponent. So I'd like to see Spoker go for this Crusader. there's not the blitz tanks. Like, there's no potential for a 35T Type 93 play. You know, when you don't have to play against Germany ally or Germany main, which I'll admit is most matches at the moment, there is Germany lurking somewhere. You have to worry about these blitz tanks, but Japan not having as many threats finds the Sally, able to go for the scrap metal Sally combo to cycle 2 cards, doesn't gain. Sorry, cycles. It's 3 cards you draw there, so you lose 2, you draw 3. And now trying to put on some pressure, but Spoker, just supply shortages, right?
I don't see why he wouldn't, especially given that he has a backup. He could maybe hope that no one plays into this a little bit more. He's probably not worried about 3 damage, and he obviously has a plethora of pins as well. So I could certainly see him just maybe throwing the Crusader down, pinning the Cav. Actually goes for both pins here. Doesn't even want the 1/1 to be able to move. But that generates him quite a nice little stack of health.
Now, Noan, most likely going to go for the Dragon Slayer. You'd like to have 1 more unit down on the board before this naval supply, if possible.
Absolutely.
It's put Spoker in an awkward position. You may have to bring out the supply shortage now. It may just be a necessity.
Yeah, or at the very least, I have to assume Dragon Slayer is going to get pinned, possibly pinned and supply shortaged.
I have to say, I know there's a lot on the player's mind, but it pains me to see drawing last. You always should be drawing first, unless there's good reason not to. But in this situation, there's no reason not to. You go for the draw first there, maybe you find like a Pioneers, and it allows you to do more than you were going to do originally. Even in these moments of high stress, you need to take a step back, get some clarity, and remember the basics. You draw first, order of operations. They're really important sometimes, and I hope Spoker is able to collect themselves accordingly, so they're able to hone in on these basic things, which we all know he's perfectly capable of. He's a very, very good player. It's just in these high stress moments you sometimes get a little bit caught up. Now,
Noan 5 going wide, probably for those 2 naval supplies, and is maybe thinking, I've already seen 2 supply shortages in your first 6 turns. What is the likelihood that you have a third?
Almost as if channeled from our voices, going for the draw first the next turn.
And that third supply shortage is going to wipe out both of the buff wagons, another pin. So that is definitely a dead Sky Dragon as well.
Is he going for the double naval supply? This keeps the
Dragon
alive for 1 extra turn.
And 6 damage from an artillery.
I believe Sally will be discarded, draw 2, and then one of these new cards will be discarded. That sounds correct, no?
I believe so as well, yes.
Devil's
Brigade is going to do a really important single damage here to make sure that dragon takes the lethal 2 from the double supply shortages. I have to imagine he moves that up to pressure the artillery, and yep, we're going to production order just to be fully credit efficient and curve out.
Now, Noan obviously going to discard the Sally, but it's going to be very important what we see discarded on Noan's turn. Spoker just on the side. Which of the 2 options to go for? Going to go for the B-24D. You do need this artillery to die before you play it, or it will come in on 1 health. Going to lose the Sally.
Oh, big audacity pool. Allows Noan to go face again with that arty.
But with ASW Patrol available, Noan is running out of resources, and Spoker is reaching the point in the game where they can just combo off. ASW will remove one of these threats, puts you up to 12k, so you can also ramp again, put you above, maybe going for the honey to try and eat some face damage. No, I like this. Go for the War Machine, put yourself on 13k, and Noan in a difficult position. They are going to get +1 draw from the death of this artillery, but you have to do 16 damage. And Spoker's reached the point in the game where they can really start to combo off. They don't even need to Commonwealth you, they can just kill you with bombers.
And sitting on Glamour Boys and Fortification and top decking a Sexton. So all the stall that they could possibly want or need. We may even see Crusader, Honey, Fortification now, just for all of that extra health and extra card draw.
Noan
The
needs
6-1
a Sally
already
off
is
the top.
dead.
If you find a Sally, you can then draw some extra cards, try and find a way back into this. But even then, what are you looking for to close out this game? Finds the Shenano. If Shenano can kill Crusader, that is a perk, but I mean, you're in trouble here if you're Noan.
Not only are there not that many pings to be had with that Shinano, but obviously a 3-6 Glamour Boys. If the luck falls towards Spoker, that and his HQ, a lot of damage soaking ability. But I don't really know what turn Noan could have. I mean, you could sack perhaps the whole turn, but certainly a wretched position for Noan.
And
Not a single
possibly
Crusader ping.
The worst Shenano pings you could have hoped for. The HQ and the Glamour Boys eating quite a few of them. And now
Spoker's
Spoker just
got
has to finish the game.
everything. He's got full health. Basically, he's got far more cards in hand. He's sitting on draw. He's sitting on huge threats, win cons. A true embarrassment of riches here. Just a matter of how does he want this to happen. I was going to say Devil's Brigade to ping damage the cavalry, and then moving both the Devil's Brigade and the Glamour Boys up is probably what I would do in this situation. Start to get some infantry breathing down the neck of Noan 5. Of course, you still have your Bomber and Sexton in support and draw as well.
Go for
Yeah,
the
going a
bomber
little
this turn.
faster. Yeah, why play it slow? Not worried about this.
Oh no, and not finding what he needs at all. Goes
And
for the surrender.
just scoops. Probably a matter of time, almost certainly. And a huge win by Spoker here to advance into the second round. That was a grueling, almost hour-long match with some very, very interesting control style interplay, even though you may not call any of those decks control. So, wow, what a set, and really great job. Congratulations to Spoker.
Absolutely. Huge stat. I mean, we had that first game that the Germany mirror went, pretty faster, kind of two heavy hitters going back and forth. And then getting into game two, and Bubbles, you had said before the game, right, that Spoker might have a hard time getting rid of Noan's fighters. And if Spoker's not going to win with Commonwealth, needs to win with Bombers, and they're just not doing the trick. Yet we sort of saw Spoker, like you had mentioned, kind of get a little bit closer than we thought. Kind of, what do you attribute to the fact that Spoker had, a chance? Not a great chance, but had a chance in that second matchup.
I think Spoker had good management of resources once we'd seen this Commonwealth come out. It was unfortunate to have to play the Commonwealth in that situation, but you weren't getting to 30 health and your hand was slowly being ripped apart. If you lose Commonwealth, that's your only source of card draw in your hand. You're kind of forced to play it in that situation. So Spoker managed their resources very well in the post-Commonwealth situation, but then also Noan struggled to find the tools they were really looking for. We saw Noan trying to apply as much pressure as possible throughout the game and not really able to apply that much to the HQ. Once the Commonwealth had come out, the incentive to pressure the HQ had almost gone away. And this meant that Noan wasn't in a position to race Spoker, and Spoker very almost was able to use that to his advantage by managing his resources so well. I think we all sort of thought when this Commonwealth's come out, this is it. Spoker's lost. It's just a matter of time. And I expect Noan may have been under that line of thought and maybe hadn't expected this sudden threat in the late game. And I want to say hadn't prepared for it. But to be honest, with the resources Noan has, there weren't that many routes to prepare for it. Noan was sort of going down a single track at this point.
And that brought us to the deciding game 3 in Thanatron. I'm curious to your perspective on this, where you've got Jalvich taking on this Brit list that is trying to slow you down. And so it felt like, Spoker was bound to kind of stabilize at some point. And once they're able to do so, they kind of end up with the upper hand. Do you think that was just bound to happen, or the fact that no one didn't have the best opening draws? Spoker pretty much had, I can't remember exactly what you called it, but the aggro like dream hand essentially to open up the game. Do you think that played a really big part into how this ended up?
So I think it's certainly a little of column A and column B. When this set opened, we sort of noted that not banning ramp was interesting, and that the always ban Brit rule was sort of ignored, and we kind of briefly spoke as to how that might affect the set, or how basically, was it a mistake, or maybe not a mistake, right? But like it was an interesting strategy. And I think that we kind of saw that play out. Jalvage in and of itself has far more anti-aggro tools than anything else. What Jalvage mostly wants to do is punish you for being an aggro deck by taking your 1 health units with Out of the Mist and turning them into large swaths of money that they can just then start to beat your face in with, right? And if you have a bunch of units that those Out of the Mists aren't really touching because that single ping damage just isn't enough, then yeah, you're definitely going to struggle with a deck that not only is built to be great in the late game, but built to be great in the late game and get there quicker with all of those ramp mechanics.
Right on. So thank you both so much for the awesome cast. Congratulations, Spoker, going through and knocking off our first seed here in this opening quarterfinal matchup. Let's go ahead and bring up the bracket and take a peek while we do some caster musical chairs. So Spoker getting the win, Dandelion going 2-0 over Baron. So we're going to see Dandelion continue their trajectory in defending their February win. We got J King versus Kaza as our next matchup, and 66 better against Tang. 66 better wins 2-1. So we still have the potential to see a rematch from our February OCC Finals. But let's get into our second matchup here. We're going to have J King taking on Kaza, and we're going to welcome Berto Burrito to the caster booth here. So, Berto, any quick thoughts on that first matchup that we saw?
Well, I thought that Noan's Jalvage deck looks really cool with the new Sally. I'm gonna want to try that on ladder. And I also think Noan's definitely the kind of player who leans more towards the if he has it, he has it ideology when playing around board clears in the early game, which, is fair. It means that you can, if they don't have it, you win those games a lot more consistently at the risk of, losing more if they do have it. But by the time you see the third supply shortage come out from them against your aggro start, you gotta have some fumes coming out your ears.
Most certainly. I heard this old analogy, essentially, that if you play around a card you think is in your opponent's hand, then your opponent essentially has the card in their hand, right? Because it is affecting the way you play. So I can appreciate hey, if they have it, they have it. And it just so happened that they had it and had it again and had it again after that. So definitely a little bit of a moral loss there, as well as a cards loss. But let's quickly review these decks. We've got J King up here first. Bubbles, why don't you give us just a quick rundown of what J King is packing here in our second quarterfinal?
So J King is running his Jaguar list, which is slightly more teched against control with things like Kagoshima and the Ki-100. But these cards also offer quite a lot against Germany mid-range and also against Jaguar as well in these mirrors when your opponent is running a similar list. The Kagoshima, obviously, 5 attack and ambush, and the Gosh, just 8 excellent body with an excellent ability. We then see a Germany-Japan deck it's a pretty standard mid-range deck. We do see inclusion of things like Nebelwerfer. I know J King values these 1 damage pings quite highly at the moment. And then we do also see the double Southern plan, thanks to my glasses. And then this last deck is quite a unique Brit ramp deck. It's almost a Brit mid-range deck. The only ramp in here is the War Machine, where I'm under the assumption, and I'm sure I will be corrected if I am wrong, that this is mainly to keep up with this German-US mid-range deck. It's really difficult playing Control to play against decks with War Machine, so I expect this is here just to keep up, and that's why we don't see any more ramp. He's not fussed about getting a lead on credits. He's more just worried about keeping up, and then we do see no Commonwealth for Californias. J King definitely doing some California dreaming.
Touche. Well done, Bubbles. Let's take a flip over and look at the first time OCC competitor here, Kaza. Berto, why don't you give us a run through of what their lineup looks like?
Yeah, so looking at his first deck, I'm doing a little wondering, did Kaza run out of special wild cards when he got to the Red Devils slot in his frontline list? I mean, Red Devils, that's such a powerful card. I don't know that anybody's brought frontline without it before. But he does have the 33rd recons for some other 1-drops. And you're able to buff the 33rd recons with your 164, maybe get a little extra value out of the draw. So we'll see how that plays out. I'm still just a little shocked. 2 weakened duets, which can be, of course, really powerful, although it is a card that's sort of fallen out of favor a little bit in Frontline more recently, just as the game tends to get faster over time. And then we have a Britain-USA ramp list. Bubbles was talking about how J King doesn't run too much ramp. This definitely does run a lot of ramp with the 2 Hour of Needs and the 2 ASW patrols. And that's to allow you to get the Halifax out and play it in combination with a lot of other bombers right away, so that you can guarantee value out of that Halifax static effect. And then finally, we have good old Jagro. And one of the things that makes this particular list pretty interesting is there's a lot of 1-drops. 1 Honorable Death, 1 On the Horizon, 1 Out of the Wrist, 1 Sakura Regiment. So it gives a more diverse array of options in your deck. And when you're feeling the top decks, that can be really advantageous.
Yeah, kind of packing a little bit of everything in the tool belt, hoping to draw the right thing at the right time. So let's go ahead and find out if they're going to get access to this deck by bringing up the bans. J King gonna lose that Germany, Japan. We've kind of been calling it that mid-range list. And then on Kazao's side of things, losing Jagro. So that's interesting. You know, Berto, you had just talked about how this list has a little bit of a mix of different things. Any thoughts on to why J King would be looking to ban that Jagro list?
Well, Jagro is always just the fastest option ever available, right? So if J King is just really confident in his decks, I can see that Jagro just looks like the biggest risk of high roll. And J King is a player with a lot of confidence. So it could be that he thinks his decks are just particularly favored, so you want to reduce that sort of chance, or it could be something more about the matchups themselves that I honestly don't have the experience to comment on.
Well, we're going to find out as we get into our first match of our second quarterfinal here, as we got a little bit of a Brit pseudo mirror matchup.
Now, we do see these two players taking a very different direction in their Brit ramp deck, so it's going to be really interesting to see how these match up. Both players have the luxury of opening with War Machine, plus a little bit of card draw. War Machine, though, is one of the most important ramp cards to find in ramp, because the sooner you play ramp, the sooner you get those extra credits, the sooner you can use that to your advantage and sort of turn the game in your advantage. So when one player gets War Machine and the other doesn't, it can be a big deal. J King also finding double California, Kazio finding a war production, which is a pretty big deal to find in this matchup. Just judging by these openers, Berto, how are you feeling about this match?
I feel like I would rather be Kazo here. But
I'll be honest, you're
honestly...
not filling me with confidence here, Berto.
Okay, sorry. I was just doing a little bit of thinking. I am not sure if Kazo wanted to play that production right away to get the B24D, just because, like, that's usually the one you want to go for, right? Like, it has the blitz. It's what your game plan is built around. But your opponent is running 4 copies of California, and you don't have many other ways of dealing with that effect on the California to only take 1 damage at a time, apart from suppress, right?
Now, we see a bit of talking between the two players here, and J King having a hard time finding the end turn button. I do wonder if that... There we go. Sometimes when you end your turn, the game gets stuck in between turns, and it can be rather frustrating. And now the game getting away as planned. I thought J King went first. Did J King not go first? Why did Kazio reach War Machine first? J King had 4 cards in hand. And Kazio was able to War Machine before J King could War Machine.
You're right.
Something is going on. We are looking into it as quickly as we can, but there may be some sort of desync with the game. Sometimes when the game desyncs during the mulligan, these things can go wrong, and it can get a little bit fiddly. It's not a very common thing, but it has happened before. So we will probably doing a rerun. I don't want to promise anything because I'm not really in a position to make promises, but I expect the players will restart the matchup, and we are looking into it as we speak. Because that J King definitely had 4 cards in hand there.
Yeah, he definitely did.
Okay, I have been told what has happened. J King had to restart his game during the mulligan, and it removed a credit slot from him. He lost a credit slot when he restarted, which is a very peculiar bug. It's not one I've seen before. But hopefully a quick restart, a new match, and we will be right away with it. Now, it's interesting because both players had good hands. Both players had the War Machine, but definitely losing a credit slot on turn 1 changes the matchup significantly. And I'm curious now, this Brit Mirror, not with the hand in oh, here we go. I was just going to say, the Brit Mirror, when not looking at the hands, how do we feel about this Brit Mirror in general? But here we are again, both players once again having the option of taking War Machine. J King now given the option for the Cali and the supply priorities. Pretty much the same hand here from J King.
Yeah, and you know, they both get their War Machines back again.
Yeah,
I think that's it. J King going first again. I think it all worked out. You know,
Casio finding both War Machines. However, it could be a little bit slow, and you know, it's an awkward thing to do going for the second War Machine because you generally have to float 2 credits to do so. And we also see Casio not having many ways of interacting with the board. J King finding a 4K card to play.
it's always frustrating when you need to do a restart through like nobody's fault, but then you had a really good starting hand the first game and then a terrible one the second game. But luckily that's not the situation that we run into here. Both players, good starts again. So you were asking before, like not looking at specific hands, but just looking at the deck lists.
Yeah.
Who do you favor? I would say that I favor Kaza. He just has like quite a few good ways to deal with these Californias, which feel like the main threat in J King's deck. He has 2 ASW patrols. Halifaxes are able to deal with it if you get a little bit lucky. You have co-belligerents. You have you have 1 copy of Monsoon Rot. That could be really big.
Now, J King in an awkward position because what immediately springs to mind to me is to attack the guard and then heal up the Cali. But obviously, the duel, it is both players get their units repaired, which means this Cali pretty much deleted by supply shortage. We do see a second supply shortage come out, maybe just trying to clear hand space for Casio, who is having a difficult time playing Stiff Upper Lip. Manages to get it played. Now, J King might feel comfortable with the second Cali because you've seen double supply shortage already.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd imagine that has to feel like pretty good for J King, for your opponent to use 2 copies of supply shortage for 1 Cali. I mean, if that's the rate Kezo goes at, then J King's gonna come out ahead, I think. That's so much drawing Kezo's hand.
J King now gonna want to start clearing these glamour boys so he can pressure the HQ a little bit. Devil's Brigade is a really nice way of just finishing off one of them, and obviously you're going to want to sacrifice this glamour boys as it will die anyway. MI5, unfortunately, putting a card back from Casio's hand, not a big deal here for Casio.
Yeah, Casio probably just thinking, great, he's wasting his credits on this, and I get to just replay all my draw out. I was worried I was running out of hand space. There's the Monsoon Rot. That's pretty relevant. Kazo could have...
Oh, there's the other supply shortage. That could be bad for J King. However, this is only the second Cali. This is only the second Cali.
Yeah.
So there's still another 2 of them in the deck. We may see this California take out the Glamour Boys, and then J King can go for the repair from the supply priorities, can go for the Wellington and trade into the other Glamour Boys.
You know, it'd be pretty hilarious. Monsoon Rot, double trade, supply priorities for repair. I mean, that's pretty silly, but I don't think it's the right play. But
that is...
It's just funny that you can do a Monsoon...
But my brain was just catching up with the suggestion.
Sorry, it's just funny to me doing a Monsoon Route supply shortage, but the supply shortage is repairing your units, not the 1 damage to all. Is just conceptually fantastic in my mind.
I mean, this supply priorities, this repair is no joke. It can be really quite relevant. J King putting down the Grenadier Guards. Unfortunately for J King, though, most likely going to lose this board. Casio going for a slightly slower route. Doesn't need to clear everything straight away. But this will give J King an opportunity to get rid of some of his own units before losing them to the supply shortage. Huh. It's It's a surprising trade. I don't want to say incorrect, but just not the route which first comes to mind. However, it was most likely dying anyway. ASW Patrol, quite a nice find, also with the Monsoon supply shortage, ready to clear board at a moment's notice. Now, neither players are running Commonwealth, so they do have to kill each other in the traditional method. Gonna have to pop the supply shortage after playing the ASW Patrol.
I think I might have milled a card. If I might have just milled a card if I'm playing. Well, it might have just been a mistake to play that convoy there, but to lose a supply shortage against the 4 copies of California deck, that is.
I mean, you've got ASW, you've got a lot of Halifaxes. Now, my worry with the Halifaxes is they do just die to the Wellington. I kind of want to see a game of ping pong here. Although, it may only ping, it may not pong.
Yeah, I mean, this works out better for Jaking due to hand size.
Lancaster, B3 going away. One of Casio's finishers there, going to be relying on Halifaxes and B24s, which can do a lot of damage very quickly, but it can be quite unreliable. Halifax coming down, removing a unit in the front line, and just going to go for the ASW Patrol, sacrificing the Halifax.
This seems really early, doesn't it? Like.
Yeah, but if you can force Jaking into a situation where Jaking doesn't have any units on board, that allows you to do Halifax B24s and start pressuring face really, really quickly. So it may be that Casio is trying to set up the board into a situation where they can nuke down Jaking's HQ at really alarming rates. But only one supply shortage left. There it is, as well as the belligerents.
Co-belligerents. I just don't know that Kaza is able to get there when he's using his
And that's every supply shortage gone. The only way to really clear Callies now is with Halifax damage. There's not a great way of doing so. You can also co-belligerents and steal one of them.
Yeah, and you already lost one Halifax, which is how it's pronounced, by the way.
What did I say?
I just don't think that Kaza was able to afford to have J-King trade out with a Halifax on board.
And then move on straight away.
Why can't I? What's wrong with that?
Gonna go for the co-belligerents, steal the glamour boys. I cannot wait for you to mispronounce something. I'm waiting now. I'm waiting.
Finger on the trigger. You have been telling me that you're learning Mandarin. Is this the reason why?
Mandarin.
So that I say a Chinese name wrong and you.
Oh, I'm going to flame you, sir. The issue is, I'm very much a beginner, so chances are I will also get it wrong. Now we see Grenadier comes out. And this may be the turn when we start to see Halifax trying to combo off. The issue is there are supply shortages and monsoons available for J-King. And you have a 50-50 chance of each one targeting the HQ, which is... It is an interesting odd. Thing is with Halifax is you really want to be getting maximum value out of it the moment you play it, but then you overextend yourself to this supply shortage. Yeah. Now we see J-King finding a second Cali. It may be the turn for this to come out as this gets rid of this this Churchill Ray really nicely.
Sorry, Bubbles, that's actually his third Cali. I'm just
very funny. Very funny. The third second Cali.
Yeah.
You are a little bit of a gremlin. You know.
I've been a little bit of a fiend today. I can certainly give
Today?
you that.
I would say you have been a little bit of a gremlin since the day I met you. It's your, I don't know, your default go-to.
Okay.
A real lack of an attempt to defend yourself there.
Oh, I have no interest in that. What I am interested in is what Kaza, like, how does he ever win by this stage?
I mean, it's
Because
difficult. Halifax combo is sorry, Halifax combo is really
No,
good at I know I'm messing with you. It's really
Okay.
good at bringing down HQs very quickly. But the issue with Brits is their HQ is too well defended for you to be able to bring it down. It's on 32 HP. Casio, recognizing the situation and just goes for the surrender. We shall not go into any more details as we have a new match to get into. But yeah, it's very difficult to bring down the HQ, and they have too many board clears for you to reliably do it over multiple turns that you could against, say, Germany or something like this. So we see J King taking a 1-0 lead in the Brit Mirror, being left with this Jaguar list, which is well-teched to beat Brit decks with things like Kagoshima and the KO100. And then Casio has to win with this Brit deck and with this US-Japan list. This US-Japan list can play very quickly with war machines and things like this, but it might just be too slow for Japan, as Japan is so quick. There's a good chance it will run over the board before you can establish proper, board control. Now we see J King, 33rd recons, very powerful against supply shortage, and Casio not finding a war machine in their opener, but does find the single supply shortage, not the triple, but the single.
I do also find keeping honorable death interesting. I suppose
It deals with pioneers, it deals with glamour boys. I think it can be a risky keep, but against Brits, there's an almost guarantee that the game's going to go on long enough and you're going to need it at some point. Finding two of them, not quite what you're looking for, but look at this. If you play supply shortage, this just gives J King so many cards. This is why these recons, or a big part of why these recons are so popular at the moment, is they are such a good response to this AoE sort of Britain deck. Is it's like, well, I'm just going to draw.
Yeah, this is like the perfect hand for J King in response to what
Casio played very quickly and didn't put down the Pioneer Company before the supply shortage. I think this
might not be a mistake.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you should take the half second to think about it. You're right about that.
However, Casio has ramp, has healing, and has AoE left in their hand, so not out of this. Definitely able to defend themselves for a little bit longer.
Man, it's so funny. These recons in this situation, kind of like 1K convoys.
They are so good against Britain, it is ridiculous. And they're also very nice against like front line, as there's a lot of 1-3s in the front line that you can combat with. They can be a little bit slow. And now we see the other response to the supply shortages. This fighter with 7 attack now, and just immune to damage from supply shortage. The ASW 1 in 3, where's it going? It hits the Type 93. And J King able to put down so much pressure to the HQ. Casio gonna have a real hard time dealing with that. No ASW patrol to hit it. No supply shortage to kill it. How do you deal with this? You can't.
Also, honorable death overdraws at this point. Like, it's just turning up Millhouse for J King here. Casio almost exclusively has draw and ramp in his hand.
Like, Jaking has teched his deck to beat Brit Ramp, and we see that coming into play. Gonna better buy himself a turn on his end, but with this honorable death available, that is going to be Jaking taking the 2-0 against Casio, with this ramp deck struggling to stand its ground. Fall 7 times, get up 8. I don't think you fell 7 times, J King, but I appreciate the inspiration. And there we go, J King also advancing to the next round.
Quite the hard fought first game, and then just that Jagro running over. I guess it's kind of what you talked about beforehand, Berto, right? Where like you can high roll with Jagro and just win the game. And Jaking, being a confident player, also knows that the longer the games go, the more potential mistakes your opponent makes and the better I'm gonna play. So it feels like this was a perfect example in game 2 of why Jaking might have banned Jagro outright.
Yeah, and also in Jaking's Jagro deck, he had a fair few cards that were teched against like Britain Control that aren't quite as effective against Jagro. Like, it's hard to find a spot to play Goshikin in the Jagro mirror, right? But in that game, you play Goshikin, it's like, okay, now what can Britain do against you, right?
Yeah, exactly. And then Bubbles, I want to bring something up because you actually, it might have been Berto, come to think of it. But regardless, I'm gonna ask you the question, Bubbles. Game 1, right? Kazao has a full hand, ends up burning a supply shortage to not overdraw, ends up overdrawing the next turn anyway. Like a few little subtle mistakes. You think any of that has to do with, hey, I'm in my first OCC, I'm playing at a really high level, I'm playing against, defending champion J King. Any of that like mental load maybe come into effect, or is it just a situation where like, hey, here's where I'm at and these are the choices I think is best?
I think it's difficult, especially from the caster's perspective, as we see both hands, we see a lot of information, and we're in a very, at least I assume for Berto, we're in a very relaxed environment here in our casting. So it's very easy for us to talk and spot and understand situations on multiple levels, sitting from this sort of booth we're in. But from the players, it's very different. You've got things like hidden information. You don't know your opponent's hands. You're trying to read your opponent's towels. Whenever your opponent does something in a match, you're trying to use that to get an idea of what your opponent is doing. Remember the other game, I had a Comet, my opponent had a Panzer III. I thought to myself, they're looking for countermeasures. And then they had 2 countermeasures and I lost the game. But the idea was there that I knew they were looking for the countermeasures. And this is what you're doing in these games. You're constantly trying to work out what your opponent has by what actions they're taking. And Casio may have just read J King, and J King's towers a little bit different to how we saw them. Because this is something that's very difficult to pick up on as a caster because you have all this information. The players are trying to read each other. And it's very hard for us to say, was this a mistake? Did they read the wrong thing from J King? Did they read the board wrong? Was it nerves? Where does it come from? I do think the supply shortage turned out to be a mistake, but the source of why that was a mistake, I think, is really difficult for us to tell.
If I can interject really quickly, there's also, like, as a player, if I'm in that situation and I'm looking at that convoy, I'm looking at my last few credits, I'm counting, okay, I have 3 war machines left. If I draw any of those, they're playable. I'm in a desperate situation. Maybe I need to go for this, even though it can push me into a corner where I have to make a really bad play if it doesn't work out. As a caster, I do not have I have not kept track of all the cards that he can play without milling off of the convoy draw. So yeah, just to add to Bubbles' point.
Well, that's a great call out too, right? Because it also comes down to what's the sort of return on investment there. Like, am I in a situation where I have to take more risk? I have to give it a shot because I'm in a bad spot, or is it, hey, I'm feeling pretty good. I can wait an extra turn. I don't have to take that additional risk. So all things that these players have to kind of compute in their minds as they're playing, and like Bubbles, you mentioned, as they're trying to kind of guess what your opponent has. in their hand at any given time. That's what makes these folks so good. And speaking of these folks being that darn good, let's bring up the bracket and take a look at who's going to be going on into our semifinals here for a crack at that 750 USD grand prize. So we just saw J King 2-0 Kaza, and we're going to have J King going up against 66 better in just a little bit. But before we get there, we are going to have our first semifinal. We saw Spoker defeat top seed Noan 5 in our first matchup. They're going to be going up against our defending OCC champion Dandelion. So let's go ahead and get into it here. We're going to continue with our best of 3 series. There will continue to be a ban here in our semifinal as we have Spoker going up against Dandelion. All right, so we're going to have Thanatron jumping back in here to break it all down. And we're actually going to dive in quickly one more time into the decks just to give you a quick overview, because it's been a second since we've seen Spokers. Dandelion we only showed on the pre-show, which as you can go and watch on demand at any given time, where we break down all of the players, all of their deck lists, and exactly why we think they brought what they brought. So we're going to have Spoker taking on Dandelion in just a moment. Thanatron, welcome back to the caster's desk. Any thoughts around J King and Kaza's matchup that we just saw?
I would probably just echo what was already said. You know, it's one of those ones where it's 2 matches, but one of them takes half an hour and one of them takes 5 minutes. So that's always going to throw a really strange balance. I think Takao had a pretty good first showing, really held in there with the champ for that first game as well. So excited to see them make the stage, and expect to see them again pretty soon. I think I just drooled a little bit on camera, so that's pretty cool.
Fantastic. Somebody will definitely clip that. Just
I'm sure.
Awesome. Let's dive into the semifinal then. Let's go ahead and take another quick peek at let's start with Spoker and what they are bringing here in this semifinal. So Bubbles, Berto, sorry, too many B names. Why don't you give us a quick peek back at what you saw here today?
Yeah, so we have this US frontline list. It's mostly standard, putting back in a half track. In the Navy is the card I am most curious about, because these countermeasures that aren't seen very often in these lists, usually the place where they have the highest impact is on ladder, because your opponent, can't see your deck right away, at least. But when your opponent knows about in the Navy, it gets a little bit worse, but he still chooses to run it. And part of that might be that if he has 1 credit up, even when he doesn't have it in hand, his opponent always has to think about it, which it can be really annoying in certain situations. Next up, we have the German mid-range variant with the US minor for a little bit of ramp in there. And finally, we have the British ramp list going for the Commonwealth as the win condition.
Thank you so much, Berto. Let's go ahead and look at Spoker's opponent, Dandelion. Thanatron will have you give us a quick breakdown of what we're going to see.
So first we see the Brit-German discard deck, and we see the double annihilations and the return of double Wolfpack. Second, we see a German Japan mid-range, as we have seen a lot this tournament already with the Burst of Fire and the 2 Southern clans. And then lastly, we see a pretty interesting Jagro that we have already seen a little bit of today with the, or not Dandelion playing it, but we've seen Reichsbanks and Trop in Jagro already, with that Reichsbank coming up big in some of the previous games. So very interesting.
Let's go ahead and jump into the bans and see what these players have gone ahead and prevented their opponent from wielding in the semifinal. Looks like we're following the Bubbles ABB rule, always ban Brit. So both Brit decks are getting banned on both sides here. I'm curious, Berto, any specific reason you think that they took this direction and said, we're just taking the Brit stuff off the table?
Well, it's interesting, right? Because you don't see like British control decks that often on ladder, and part of that's probably because it takes fairly long to win. Maybe it's just that there's too much like random stuff that you can run into on ladder that Brit might lose to, like ramp and things like that. And when you're playing like all mid-range decks, then it's like, okay, well, I have to ban the Britain because I haven't specifically teched for it, like maybe J King had in the previous matches. So yeah, I guess that's the main thing, just deciding not to tech for Britain specifically, knowing that you have the ban available for it.
Yeah, and Thanatron, is that, if you're looking at your lineup and both players are playing different lineups, but at the same time, a lot of the same strategy right now, or outside of that Brit list, everything else is still fairly quick, fairly explosive. We're seeing a lot of ramp. We're seeing a little bit of Jagro sprinkled in, where everything else gets a bit aggressive. And, we've seen it. Your opponent draws a couple supply shortages, and all of a sudden you're starting on the back foot.
Yeah, so there is definitely with the kind of explosion of mid-range. Obviously, we've had US Frontline be sort of mid-rangey deck for a very long time, but like the German-Japan mid-range and then even the German-US ramp kind of mid-range have really popped onto the scene and really put forth this sort of strange new or new-ish middle ground between the very fast aggro decks and the very heavy control decks that kind of Cards has been used to seeing. And it's definitely a change to the meta's sort of ecosystem. So very interesting how every tournament plays out and continues to play out after a lot of these slight tweaks, especially with things like discard sort of being able to storm back off the back of Wolfback.
And Berto, Thanatron brought up, right, the sort of transition to a little bit more of the mid-rangey stuff kind of pop up lately, and we've even seen it with Jagro. I feel like with Feigned moving into the reserve pool, even the Jagro lists have gone a little bit more into sort of a mid-rangey type of feel where they're going a little bit longer. They're able to compete a bit more in the mid game and in the slightly later game. We've seen J King even, tweak his so he's able to really compete with even, let's say, a Brit deck or something like that may try and go the long haul.
Yeah, one thing that I was just thinking about is that the card Commonwealth is also getting stronger as these decks slow down a little bit. Because if you're playing an aggro deck, you don't have any way to give your HQ more defense to play around Commonwealth. You need to be getting that damage in early to play around it. And if your deck is slowing down and generally becoming more mid-rangey, then you might not get in, the maybe 20 damage you need in the early to mid game to make sure you're not getting Commonwealthed, in the late game.
That's actually a really great call out because it definitely affects how you're able to protect your own HQ and build that up. But I also wonder, Thanatron, if it also potentially affects, how you're trying to take out your opponent. Like we've seen it a few times here where when Commonwealth is your only real way to win the game, you not only need to protect your own HQ, but you need to make sure your opponent isn't healing and you need to find tools to be able to, knock them down a little bit to do so. And some of the traditional Commonwealth decks feel like, yeah, I'm just going to sit back. Maybe I'll ping you here and there if the opportunity presents itself. But otherwise, I'm just going to hang out the Commonwealth kind of as my trump card. And if you heal up above that 20, I'm going to be in a tough spot.
Yeah, and I think that's why the bomber package centered around the Halifaxes has kind of taken on the life that it has. Some people prefer it. Some people obviously prefer maybe a more traditional. And obviously, if you've played a lot of ladder, you've probably seen them combined. It seems a little less so in this tournament. Seems like people are, some of the top players are really trying to hone in what that deck is trying to do, so they kind of go with an either or, and they don't try to spread themselves too thin between both. But yeah, all those exactly what the points that you're bringing up, I think, lend to why people try to really explode with the Halifax, with either multiple Halifaxes or multiple Halifaxes into flying fortresses, or even the Wellington or prod order bombers, what have you, because that damage can really add up. And obviously, if you're able to get that damage onto units and continue to do it, they won't have the units to absorb that, and then you know that it's going to go face, right? So
Absolutely.
can definitely be played into very specifically.
Well, let's get into it. Let's get into our first semifinal here. Spoker taking on Dandelion.
Dandelion with the Reichsbank right off the bat again. Going to be, I'm sure, dropping that right on turn 3. It's been powerful in some of these previous games so far.
Are you a Reichsbank believer, Thanatron?
In Jagro, I feel like I didn't know whether I should. I didn't know if I had to believe in this or not until this morning, right? Like I have not seen this on ladder. I have not seen a ton of it in my experience. It's definitely a very cool idea. And I, as we've discussed, the way that these mid-range decks are coming out and are becoming more and more common, especially in the way that like German US ramp works, it's interesting to try to see that idea sort of paralleled in this deck with Reichsbanks, right? Like, oh, you want to ramp and avoid your early game? Yeah, I can do that even harder. Watch. So, very interesting. Turn 3 a little different than turn 2, but
Yeah. I'm feeling a little bit skeptical about how much draw is in Dandelion's deck to be running bank, because even in decks with a lot of draw, like Reichsbank Commandos, I have seen that card, pile up in hand, and it's like, oh, what am I gonna do with these in a top decking situation?
yeah, certainly. They can certainly be cloggers that are just unpleasant and eventually cause you to start playing around your own cards, right? Within your own hand, which definitely can be annoying. Interesting. Here we see Spoka go right for the big 5/5, laying that bomber down for that extra 1/1 from the combined arms can be such a big deal. Goes right for the face.
Right in the mouth. Leaving up a 2-attack fighter on the turn you play Heinkel without even attacking with it. That's a bold play.
Certainly bold. And I think a big reason why, right, in this era of Schutzens and winter regiments, using that bomber to get that one extra CA 1/1 on that tank, is such a big deal. Right now, a 5/5 and a 4/4 have a monumental gap in their stat lines just by the sort of units and threats that are available to the other players.
Dandelion just 1 credit off healing up that 5/5. Seeing how Spoker played last turn, that's gonna be another 5 to the HQ.
And that a hipper in his hand, if that goes onto the bomber and he does the 5 damage again, that's a pretty mean turn. But also, yeah, that could just take out the bomber entirely. I didn't even see the through the breach hiding all the way to the left side of his hand. And then that just Yag bomber. Maybe even better, it does not prevent the draw from the next turn, but it puts the next 5 damage threat. Spoker trying to make this a 4-hit game.
Yeah. Dandelion gone for both expansions. I think that is very reasonable. And is this a Schutzen coming out? Yeah. All the way down to 2. You need to clear this fighter and protect your HQ from the 35T in hand. Of course, Dandelion doesn't know about the 35T.
And with Hipper to send something from the front line back to Dandelion's hand, there's almost no way the 5-5 veteran Schutzen is getting dealt with, so that 35T is probably operating for free. For a second there, I thought he did that to himself, just ended the madness.
And that's a quick one for Spoker with very aggressive lines. Despite being on the slightly slower deck.
Not quite the 4-hitter that I dreamt of, just 5 damage 4 times on consecutive turns, but yes, a very extreme pop-off by Spoker. And now it'll be up to Dandelion to respond, right? This is still a first to 2 with the ban, so he knows exactly what Spoker is playing and knows which of his decks he feels more comfortable going into that US deck with. So really good chance for Dandelion to force a sudden death third game here, but needs to not get tilted from just getting wiped off the board in about 6 turns as well.
Yeah, especially because, you know, that game could have gone completely differently with just like Audacity hitting something else, or
Absolutely.
Spoker not having the Gren guards. Sorry, not Gren guards. Panzer Grenadier. I had Gren in my head. Yeah, turns out Panzer Grenadier, still a good card.
Don't let anyone tell you different. Spoker sitting pretty with a Red Devils and 164th, although perhaps
Nah.
nope,
He can
throws
take
Red
another
Devils out.
2.
Yeah, we're now at 3 total damage, no problem. And Dandelion sitting on the bank again.
Yeah, Bank into Schutzen will be an okay answer to this 2-4 Red Devils potentially. Unless maybe a sorry, I've forgotten the name of the countermeasure. I need to look at the list to see it. Unless you can help me. In the Navy, of course.
In the Navy.
The countermeasure that protects from Schutzen, potentially. But
how hard will that be on Dandelion's mind? Is Dandelion looking intently at that deck list, thinking about that countermeasure?
if you're going with the 35T, you can't very realistically play in the Navy, because then you're not attacking with the Red Devils, and that just gives it away completely, right?
I would
if
assume
you
so. It'd be
But if you
interesting
go
to
for the
throw
164,
exactly.
yeah,
Really stealth that countermeasure in there, and here we see it. This is a ploy. This is a mind game. This is very exciting. Plenty of money, Dandelion. He's shaking the card. He can't help himself. We would all do it.
yeah, it is a little interesting that Spoker goes for this play when
He
there is
could-
also the possibility of like 20th Panzer Grenadier going into the 1-1, but
He could throw the 35T down and test for it against the 1-1, but then
it would
doesn't.
yeah.
Yeah, it's still not a great situation. He can kill the Red Devils here. That 1 extra credit used to pay the Red Devil toll, the troll toll.
It's credit
Paid in
efficient
full.
at least.
And I would imagine here that we see, instead of the Sherman, we see the value trade by the 35T. Obviously, the Schutzen will kill that 1-1 and gladly go to 5-5, even if he's giving you a 1-1. So I imagine you have to do this. Of course, Devil's Brigade could do the same thing, right? And maybe put you with an even better situation.
I really disagree. I think playing Schutzen, not playing Sherman, and then trading, and then leaving the Devils for next turn, I think it's a really good play.
That's a great point. I sort of miscalculated, of course, that there's no op cost on that infantry, so you can of course play the Sherman and then kill the infantry, not have to worry about it.
It does kind of lock you into Red Devils the next turn. This push up of the Schutzen is a little sketchy, I feel like, because of the risk of another 164. Smoker is running 4 copies of them.
Yeah, and a 6.6 Sherman that's a big Sherman. That's an all cap Sherman. 2 more credits here. He could throw the Red Devils to the front line just as a means of claiming the line, causing some slowness.
20 Panzer Grenadier, a pretty good answer for it though.
Once again, though, that Red Devils troll toll needs to be paid and is just ever so slightly annoying.
It's not too bad of a turn to pay it. You don't get to move up your 2-4 tank. That is probably something you would want to do.
Ooh, and the Pathfinders with a clutch 2 damage. And all that mobility in Spoker's hand, 3 35Ts, right? Sitting with the Blitzkrieg as well is insane burst potential.
Yeah, that's pretty silly. As a matter of fact, you play the 20 Panzer Grenadier, you're looking at 4 35Ts in hand.
Just a fleet. Just a whole tank squadron of 35Ts. He's playing an RTS right now.
I don't know how much I like the 35T here versus just pushing up a 5-5. The Sherman in the front line is such a pain to deal with because it's so much damage being threatened. It's hard to trade into at the 5-5 stat line. And if you bounce it, then your opponent gets to draw even more. It's so problematic.
A double out of the mist for double Pathfinders.
Yeah, I do like this play from Dandelion.
Clears the front line. Still has another Pathfinders. Basically ensures that Spoker has to kill the first Pathfinders, which is going to cost him either 4 credits or a 35T. Kind of depends on how he wants to resource allocate this, but I have to imagine he takes it out. Also makes him play around the second Pathfinders a little bit too. Wary of putting anything at 2 health after a value trade, as he'll go right back into this boat.
Really, I don't see much point in the combined arms here. You have a lot of other tanks around.
Truly, you have plenty of 35Ts, Spoker.
And you're sort of setting up the next Pathfinders.
Yep, just right back to where you started, but right back to also having a bunch of 35Ts for the next Pathfinders. So we certainly will see. Also could be a little interesting to maybe go Panzergren here, but that doesn't super really add up to anything quite great either. As you mentioned before, that 5-5 Sherman, just being out of the range of that, even that buffed Panzer 3H, really annoying.
What would have been a pretty hilarious play for Spoker last turn is if he just kills the Panzer 3H instead of the Pathfinders and just gets either Sherman or 20 Panzergren bounced back to hand just to rebuy deployment effects would be pretty funny. But it's a huge loss on tempo, so I don't know that it would be right, but
And putting Spoker in between a rock and a hard place here, now having to possibly choose between removing the autocannon or removing the Pathfinders, both of which are going to really be used against him quite well here.
You can remove both.
Could also perhaps organize a situation in which the only thing. No, he wouldn't have a way to kill the Sherman. If there was a way to make it for Spoker so that the only surviving unit was his Panzergren, ensuring that he would get it back to hand, you can get real annoying with some stuff like that as well. But the Sherman too big to pull that off. Southern plan, not a good draw here.
No, not at all.
This feels like a Panzergren turn. Perhaps trading everything out but the giant Sherman. Will at least give you a little bit of staying power in the front line for now. Maybe if Spoker top decks a Sherman. Obviously, Dandelion doesn't know that he's currently not holding any, but if he was able to top deck one with the 35, the buffed 35T, he will at least have to spend 4 to kill it with the Sherman, move the Sherman up, and still have plenty. It really does not do a whole lot.
Uh-oh.
Gets his Panzergren and the bounce of the buffed Greyhound, but not able to afford any sort of blitz. So, and there is the Sherman top deck, but kind of
Just
as
a
I
brief
slowly went over. Yeah, the Blitzkrieg as
Um,
well. He would be able to
So,
add 9. Yeah, it's definitely lethal, right?
if he has the credits for it, so
He's exact.
no, he's one off,
No,
isn't he?
one credit off getting the Greyhound up into the front line as well. Yep, you are correct. At 10, you would be able to move the Greyhound up and still afford to attack with the Sherman. Always a little interesting with the maths, right? The Sherman is a 2 op cost, is not going to attack for free like all of your smaller 1 op cost tanks after the Blitzkrieg effect. Gotta remember to keep that
Oh, no. Did he
1
do the
credit
math wrong?
9s.
Or
Nope.
okay, he's okay.
Definitely,
That's fair.
definitely did not do the math wrong because the Greyhound didn't come out yet. So
Yeah.
a pretty good play here, and now I would imagine with 235 T's in hand, Dandelion is going to throw both of them down. Put the combined arms on 1, and then use the other 2 units that didn't receive the buff to clear the Sherman.
I don't think
And
so.
instead, maybe thinking Folkwolf.
Combined arms, that's a 5/5. You have 1 credit left over. You get to clear the 2/2. A fully cleared board and some good development.
Yeah, much better line. Very clutch Sherman by Spoker. Would maybe like to find one more, but maybe also doesn't need it. 8 to 12 health here. We're getting real down to the wire.
Yeah, and Dandelion's been doing really well to slowly creep his way back into this game.
And a top deck Burstifier it's over.
That's true.
Set
Again,
Southern plan.
Oh,
Not
I could
helping.
never play this deck, Thanatron. Just I hate the Southern plans in it.
I've definitely seen some people running this deck without the credit denial package. They might keep Hipper because obviously Hipper is extremely powerful, and the bounce from Hipper serves its own purpose, maybe even much more so than the credit denial. But you know, it is sort of developing into 2 schools of thought how to run this deck with the credit deny package and without, and you can see why here, because when they're useful, my god are they useful, but when they're not, my god are they useless.
Yeah, complete feast or famine. All right, Spoker, you have what? Maybe 18 cards left?
I was
Give
going
or
to say
take.
that Dragon
You
Slayer's
have-
got to come down to threaten lethal.
You have one Blitzkrieg? Oh, is that one off? One off lethal?
I believe
think
that would be
so.
a 4/4, but with the Greyhound, nope, then
Well,
it
it's a-
is not afforded.
So yeah, you have the 4/4 35T, and then you buff it with 99. Yeah, it's a few credits off.
I imagine he has to kill the Dragon Slayer here.
Sorry, to be clear, a few credits off of being 1 damage off lethal. Oh my goodness.
A wild man, an absolute wild man says, I have the pressure. You're not top decking lethal. You're the one making the trades. And it's
And
probably going to pay
Dandelion
off.
has 2 draws for it, because the draw at the start of the turn, and then... Oh man. Doesn't find it.
How do you feel about that? Do you think you would have given your opponent 2 draws at finding lethal and you know that it's a
yeah,
possibility?
absolutely not. Never in a million years.
Same. I don't play cards like I play poker. And we've seen Yag Bomber, correct? Have we seen Hipper? Only way to, I believe Hipper is going to be the only way to take that chain, put that 8/8 back into Spoker's hand. Certainly doesn't have anything capable of killing it. Burst of Fire, no longer an out.
Oh,
That'll be it.
Dandelion worked so hard for it.
Really
But-
tried to scrape himself into a comeback there, and we thought we might see it. But yes, as you alluded to, and I rudely interrupted, I apologize, not able to get it done.
Yeah.
That's some guts there by Spoker, because again, just hey, I'll just punch you in the face. No worries. What are the chances you draw Burst of Fire? Which, I mean, Thanatron, where are they hiding? We haven't seen one played all day so far.
That's true. We haven't seen them drawn into hands much either. Bad day for Burst of Fire enjoyers, Burst of Fire enthusiasts down bad in chat. Unfortunate.
And I'm curious around, we saw the Sherman Berto just hanging out in the support line turn after turn. And I think both you and Thanatron have made comments about like, it might be time to push it forward and put some pressure on. We did see it used in a specific situation with the Blitzkrieg to do some big removal. Do you think there was a strategy there on, I'm going to hang on to the Sherman? I know with end the game, or it could potentially, do some work in the removal? Or do you think it would be more valuable just being a threat on the front row, forcing your opponent to deal with it?
Well, it is a big deal that it's a tank, and, tanks, you get more out of leaving them in the back line, just because it takes more credits for your opponent to be able to remove it, while still being a threat to the enemy HQ. I have to think that was the thought process for Spoker, and that is a very legitimate advantage and a good reason to leave it in the backline. I think that from my evaluation, the cost of the credits to move it into the front line in combination with the Blitzkrieg made it more important to get it up there so you can play more tanks from hand with the Blitzkrieg versus the risk of your opponent removing it. But yeah, there's pros and cons for each line, certainly.
Yeah, and that's the big challenge with the Sherman, right? The 2 op costs just makes it real pricey to get it up there. Even with the Blitzkrieg only discounting it by 1, still makes it a lot more challenging to get that burst off. But Hey, who am I to criticize Smokers going through into the finals? So let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket here, see where we are at. We do have one more semifinal to go before we have our March OCC final all set in stone. So we're going to have one more matchup here. We're going to see J King taking on 66 better. Dandelion going home with 150 USD in their pocket. Smoker going on to the finals to compete for the $750 grand prize. So let's go ahead, play musical chairs with the casters and get J King versus 66 better all locked and loaded here. Gonna go ahead and take another peek at the decks as well as we welcome Bubbles back to the caster booth. Let's just dive in quickly here. Take a quick pass on what we're gonna see from first off. Let's bring up J King's deck list here and get into it. So we're gonna have Bubbles walk us through this lineup.
So yeah, we've seen this lineup a little bit already today. We've got this Jagro deck, which has proven itself very capable of fighting Brit Ramp. Obviously, J King did find the cards he was looking for. However, you won't find the cards you're looking for if they're not in your deck in the first place. So I think we can still credit that to the deck building. So it's very good against this Brit Ramp deck. It's quite good against the German one, but it does have some weaker tools against Jagro in the mirror. Overall, I think it's a solid deck. I think it's very well balanced. We then see this Germany-Japan mid-range, which we might see a mirror on, depending on how the players ban. And it would be really interesting to see how the different directions the players have taken the deck fares up against each other. We see J King running cards like Careless Talk and Nebelwerfer. Careless Talk, a little bit popular, but Nebelwerfer certainly not anywhere near as popular. We do also see the Kagoshimas in here. They're very good in the mirror, and they're very good against Brit Ramp. And then, talking of Brit Ramp, the last deck is a bit of a Brit Ramp deck. It's an interesting deck, but so far we've seen it work out very well for J King. It seems to be the basic game plan and premise is to rush through the early game with War Machine, and then just put out threats one at a time and have your opponent answer them. You put down a Cali, you wait for your opponent to answer it. You put down another one, you put down a Grenadier, you put down a Churchill. You just go threat by threat by threat one at a time. But you've got card draw, and you can out-survive your opponent's answers to these threats. And it's proven to work so far. It'll be really interesting to see how it faces into non-mirrors. And then obviously if your opponent manages to put down a bunch of threats of their own, you do have 2 supply priorities and 2 supply shortages to wipe away the board and reset the game.
Thank you, Bubbles. Let's take a flip over to 66 better, who we have not seen compete yet today. Thanatron, what are they packing?
So first we have a German-Japan mid-range. If you are not tired of seeing it, here it is again. We see a little bit of difference here. We only have one Folkwolf, which is very, very different from what a lot of people are running. A lot of people are running 2 and even 3. And we see the JUs coming in as sort of replacements for those Folkwolves. They're not going to draw you a card, but they are going to come out a turn sooner, perhaps, and maybe draw you something within a card as it trades. We also see the Burst of Fire, which J King does not take in his version, so a little more burst potential. And then moving on, we have a Jagro, which is not too much different than what is going around. The On the Horizon certainly stands out as a little bit different here. And then our last is a Ramp Commonwealth with Wellington, Monsoon Rot, and the ASW patrols. No Halifaxes in this one, so a much more standard ramp package.
All right, Thanatron, thank you for that. Let's go ahead and take a look at the bands and see what is going to be. Oh, wait, we are still waiting on the bands here, so we'll have that coming up just momentarily for you. Is it safe to assume, Bubbles, that J King has been teching against Brit? We saw it with the Jagro list. Is it safe to say we'll probably not see J King ban a Brit deck here?
I mean, it's difficult to say. He has obviously been teching against Brits, but whether he's then comfortable not banning Brits is a difficult question. I feel like it leaves you the option to leave Brits there and ban something which is more problematic, but I do think Brits are still pretty high up on the ban list. The issue is when you're looking at a Jagro, German mid-range, and Brit deck, you kind of feel like it doesn't matter what you ban, you're in a very difficult position either way, because there's just 3 really solid decks.
Interesting. So on neither side do we actually see the Brits get banned. Both players gonna lose that German mid-range list. Now, Thanatron, you alluded to it before, where just about everybody is packing one of these and they are performing very well. Is it just a question of this is probably your strongest deck? I'm gonna go ahead and knock that out.
Yeah, I would think so, especially from sort of what we know about these players and the way that they operate. I was actually pretty excited to see those being played. I was kind of hoping for the mirror just because there are different ideas present in each one, so it would be pretty interesting. I personally would have loved to see Burst of Fire play a big role, perhaps in a game like that to kind of see where, or Burst of Fire not playing a big role in that game sort of is the same thing. It's basically, is it going to be useful? Is it not going to be useful? And would kind of give us a data point on which flavor of that deck, is kind of receiving all of the support. Interesting mulligans here. 66 better going with a sort of. Oh yeah, go ahead.
It's not the best opener we've ever seen, but he does manage to
Right.
get expansion off, which is it's a perk.
It was in a weird spot between not being garbage, but also not really being what you want. So
I mean,
able to make it work.
It definitely helps, right? That Jaking's on like a slow Brit deck. You sort of think to yourself, well, I guess I can make this work, but also not ideal. One of the interesting things we're talking about with this German-Japan mid-range deck, I am comforted a little bit by knowing that one of them will reach the finals, so there will be a German-Japan deck in the finals, which is not able to be banned.
That supply shortage right away from J King, pretty obvious play, and that works out. 66 better could have gone for his 22nd to draw, or even a cavalry to try to push that line.
Look at this
knowing
Devils.
Knowing that they're there, puts the 2/2 Panzer out, definitely works out in his favor. And as you said, Devil's Brigade able to basically clear out everything by throwing its body and ping damage around.
People were questioning this card when it first came out, myself included. It's good, it looks good, but can it really find a home in these decks? Does it really push out other cards to find a home for it? It turns out the answer is yes. Anything which has Brits or US is pretty much running Devil's Brigade. It's so valuable at the moment. And this Alpine killing part doesn't seem that relevant, but Devil's Brigade is such a common card that a lot of your decks, you kind of want to bring Devil's Brigade so you can kill other Devil's Brigades since it will one-shot them. It's
and that comment about its relevancy, right, exists like past just the decks that you aren't bringing into the decks that you're not bringing, because Alpini saw such a huge role as a big guard that not only was a big guard but also generated you health, and was able to make an Italy control package viable with that. Basically just that and Lion for a Day could make almost any deck sort of control viable with an Italy ally, but you really just can't afford to do that anymore because you can't afford to lose 6-cost guards to 3-cost infantry.
It just destroys Italy control pretty much on its own. And we see now the Mosquito coming down. Interesting to see. It goes after the Bomber, but both players not in a terrible position. It's starting to reach the point in the game where J King's slower cards are going to really start to come down and make a big difference. And 66 better might have a really hard time dealing with these Grenadier guards.
Yeah,
but
J
also
King's sitting on both of them.
66 better does have a few tools to try and break through, with the mountain gun stacking up for this combined arms, and then you can go for the Take Liberty and maybe even get rid of these guards. I'd be really tempted to say I want to see a Take Liberty this turn. It feels bad, but you do potentially shut down J King. Looks like we're going to see a potential double trade. Going to go for the draw first. Doesn't want to be flamed by the casters. And that is the main reason to draw first, is to avoid casters shouting at you. Now J King can go for the Grenadier and Mosquito trade. Oh. Well, that answers
there
it.
is the Sendai. I was actually taking a look at the deck list, trying to find that 66 better actually has 2 Sendai. So there will be another one as well. A card that offers some really excellent temporary removal has kind
Oh,
of
fuck.
fallen a little bit out of fashion as of late, but still very powerful.
Second Gren, though, pretty much uncontested, and you've got the Ultra to back it up. And did you say it was a single Sendai?
2 Sendai, actually. 66
Two
better has,
Sendais. So J King would like to play around it, but I just don't think he can afford to. I think he's almost forced to rely on this second Gren. And then he just has to decide. He can go for the Ultra, but he can also go for the MI5. MI5 may be putting 66 better further away from that second Sendai, but Ultra can really protect you and keep you alive. Gonna go for the Sincerely Yours.
Yeah,
Doesn't find much.
The Ultra would also have potential to possibly grab that Take Liberty, which could be a huge swing.
It certainly would be. I think it needs to be floated this turn. J King, just trying to figure out. Gonna go for the MI5. Goes for the ramp. Now, really needs a supply shortage monsoon combo. A way of killing this Sendai. You've used Mosquito already. I don't think. Are there any other real tools available for J King to get through this Sendai?
I do not believe so. And with no Ultra, this is a big Take Liberty.
Now we see J King's hand being shuffled away and 66 better getting some shiny new toys to play with. J King not finding anything to help with this situation. Does find some draw, but with the moment you drop that draw, it's too slow to find a monsoon supply shortage combo. Gonna need to find Glamour Boys, and very desperately, we do see the Sendai move up, which, with the second Sendai in hand, shouldn't matter too much, but it may bait J King into killing this and relying on the Grenadiers to try and keep him alive for one extra turn.
Instead chooses to draw, even if he... Oh, the Churchill.
It's too slow, though, with the
Buy
fighter on
him.
board.
Could buy him a turn. I don't know what much else can buy him a turn here except for
Does it with the 6-4 on board? 66 better just hits face with the fighter. It's grounded and Sony, right?
I thought he had 8 health. Was it 6 health or 8 health?
5.
Oh, okay. I don't know what I was looking at then.
Have you got your glasses on?
I hope so.
And
But
then we
yes,
see
Ramp just not able to stand up to that sort of onslaught. J King never really finding his board clears or finding any sort of stability. So he's going to be pushed to the brink here right away by 66.
And now we do have the potential for the Brit mirror, but also Japan versus Brits, which I think J King is relatively happy with. I do think this Brit mirror is going to be the deciding game on how this best of 3 goes. And we see J King just getting straight into
Brit
it, going
mirror now.
right for it. War Machines and draw. Instant full keep, doesn't even think about it. We do see War Machine and ASW as well as some card draw for 66 better, but it's certainly a slower hand than J King's.
Yeah, and there might not be anything to pin for quite some time here.
I do think this ASW could have a very high impact on the game, as it answers a Kali as well as accelerating your resources. 66 better, finding things to do with the second War Machine.
And both players are off here in this ramp race. Extra credits.
We're going to see the Cali come out, it looks like. The ASW, not going to answer it this turn, but will answer it the next turn. And it is a juicy ASW target. J King
Plenty
most
of
likely hoping to get a second unit down.
Plenty of pin as well for 66 better to not even worry about taking the 5 damage.
Yeah, goes for the enemy contact. I'd be tempted to take the damage and just continue to ramp. Finds a Devil Brigade, so able to Devil's Brigade plus play a draw card and able to play around the 50-50 on the ASW, which may dissuade 66 better from going for that. However, I imagine Pioneer, ASW, you're more than happy to take that 50-50. You've got the house to tank it. Where does it go? It hits the Devils.
Also doesn't Pioneer.
It's interesting. I'm not sure what card you're playing around by keeping the Pioneer back. As I'm not sure what J King needs to target with his cards.
Yeah, especially holding so many orders
Yeah.
in hand.
I mean, maybe he's just trying to keep it as hidden information so that he can do extra things as a surprise, but I do feel like that's not necessarily where the Pioneer's strength is this game.
And this will be another great ASW here, guaranteed to hit a Cali. Other Cali for sure getting pinned, as 66 is going to have just a ton of money. And hopefully not much else to draw into except for threats left, as most of his stall and money has come up early.
Still thinking of holding back the Pioneers. They're going to go for it now. And the honey. Honey is a interesting play here. I suppose just trying to get maximum healing.
All the way
King.
at 15 credits compared to J
King
King's 9.
Does have a lot of resources. Depending on what this second chance hits, it could be very impactful. If this second chance hits more ramp, 66 better may be running out of resources, and J King has to apply as much pressure as possible while 66 better doesn't have the resources, because you will eventually draw into them on Brits. You cannot play the slow game forever. Now we see Glamour Boys coming out. J King putting himself above Commonwealth range.
Thinking about possibly a supply shortage just to start the clock on the Pioneers, and also maybe get some damage on that honey. However, the J King's mind may be thinking that he can eventually get it with the California, but enough pin in 66 better's hand to kind of also make sure that doesn't really ever happen.
I mean, both players may have a difficulty ending the game. It's entirely possible someone is going to fatigue depending on how the next few turns pan out. Getting able to draw 2 cards, but not finding any draw. We may see Glamour Boys threaten Commonwealth and force J King to do some uncomfortable plays to try and prevent the Commonwealth. But obviously, it would just be a bluff.
Still seems like the most logical line for 66 better.
Yeah. Now, J King may just have to decide if there is a Commonwealth. There is a Commonwealth. I will tank the health. These MI5s could be huge. If you go MI5 into MI5, 66 better isn't drawing any new cards for a long time. You don't have to do them both in this turn. But I do think we want to see a single MI5 come out here if you're J King, as not going to go for it. Going to let 66 better draw an extra card. We may see Repair All coming out soon. Maybe takes one more turn of AoE damage and then goes for the repair next turn.
And even if 66 better was to top deck the Commonwealth, J King knows.
Oh, the Crusader, though!
he would be safe. This Crusader is huge. Handful of British orders. Both the naval powers were probably getting played regardless. So now the fact that they're getting played and they are
Into
drawing
the convoy.
into MI5,
Oh.
into more draw.
Not playing the MI5, massively backfiring here. Now,
Drawing a full board clear as well for 66 better. Massive amount of healing and readying the prod bomber.
I mean, to what extent can you even? To what extent is it even worth playing around a Crusader top deck like that? It certainly flipped this game upside down, and J King now does find a convoy, able to draw some cards from south.
Watching a ramp player curve out on 15, not what you want to see.
However, the hands are more similar in size, but 66 better still has a Crusader on board and is going to be drawing a lot of cards. Not really sure when you want to play this B24, as suppressing a board with supply shortage on it, not particularly useful. Going to go for the second supply shortage and the monster. Were these not? Those were supply shortaged already.
Certainly the California was. I believe that the Glamour Boy might not have been. J King did heal the California backup with the alternate use of supply shortage.
By it. Oh no, sorry. It might not have had the trigger before. I'm looking at it afterwards.
Right, yeah, and I was I did not think about it right till you said it, but for sure the California had already been afflicted.
Now, J King needs to heal up to the point where he can withstand a Commonwealth. He does have Ultra, but there is almost no way of preventing Commonwealth with Ultra, considering 66 better has 16 credit slots. He could afford to play multiple orders before the Commonwealth.
And the suppression bomber now also looming large, able to suppress a California and then just immediately kill it with a Wellington as if it was any unit with 3 health. But also sitting on the Sexton, and the Sexton combined with the Glamour Boys can also really slow J King down here. Oh.
He's going to lose a bomber from the production order to the Ultra, it looks like.
Oh, maybe he thinks about it.
You need to play around that. You need this bomber, because if you don't have another Blitz bomber, you're forced to go face with the Wellington.
Yeah, I would rather...
Loses
there
the
it is.
B24D.
His best case would have probably...
Healing.
His best case would have probably been to burn the convoy. The MI5, maybe, but the MI5 limiting his draw and giving you 1 draw, probably better than the 2 draw. That would have been... Probably the convoy would have been the best bet to bust the Ultra.
Now, is this Wellington coming down for the HQ? You need to...
And
goes for the bomber, which forces J King to deal with it. Sexton obviously slows it down for a turn, but doesn't kill it. Finds a mosquito, and is up to 30 health. And I can see this going to fatigue, especially now you've lost this other Blitz bomber. It might just be 66 better is unable to close out the game. However, a lot of units available for 66 better, and J King doesn't have any card draw or AoE available in his hand. Has a lot of value, but needs to deal with this board. Wellington killed by Mosquito, and then James's or J King's own Wellington come out and kill this. This Sexton could potentially be a big swing here for J King this turn. And 66 better does not have any real way of dealing with this support line here from J King. Have we seen J King weather the storm long enough to deny 66 better a lethal, or can 66 better find like a monsoon rot and just wipe the board? Gonna go for the convoy. Oh, sorry, supply shortage.
So that's 2 supply shortages now on the Wellington, or I'm sorry, on the Sexton. So that's only 1 turn of Sexton left, and he's going to keep the bomber guarded. So he's definitely hoping to get some uses out of that bomb. I'm really
It's dead
surprised that he
still, isn't it?
hasn't.
3 damage from the Wellington, 2 from the Sexton. That's 5. Bomber's dead no matter what.
Yeah, that's a
And
really
then-
great point. How many cards? Can we see how many cards are left in decks?
12
Only
and 4.
4.
Commonwealth in the bottom 4 for 66 better and is going to burn for his own HQ. I'm putting my money on the table. I don't think 66 better can kill J King. I don't think it's going to happen. There's the Commonwealth. It
2 more
doesn't matter
Glamour
when
boys,
you
though.
play
It's
it.
going to be 60 total health.
Yeah, but how many months? How many boards can you deal with? J King has got threats still. J King has no lack of threats.
Yeah, 12, 11 cards left.
It's going to be so close, but by the skin of his teeth, he's surviving this one. 66 better. That production order, game changer. Getting that hit by Ultra absolutely transformed this game. And that's it. 66 better has a huge amount of health, but no way of reaching that HQ. Double
Just
grenadier
draw.
guards. Yeah, just
Hands
draw.
full of draw.
That's game 3. J King finding a way to win what on paper looks like a very difficult matchup. But just, oh, it's so frustrating. It's there on 6 health. Now, J King, does he know what's in 66 better's hand? Because the only way you lose this is if 66 better has a way of wiping your board. But I think even if I think it doesn't matter what he does.
And I'm sure J King has been deck tracking this entire time, so I think he is acutely aware of the situation, especially once he sees, either a pass with 3 cards in hand, but instead of even doing that, 66 better just scoops. Says, let's go to our 3rd game.
Now we have J King's anti-Brit Jaggro against Brit Ramp. If J King is able to win this matchup, it would have certainly been a turnaround from that first match.
Yeah, absolutely.
1-1.
And most players, I think, would have gone the route of going the Japan into the Brit first, thinking, hopefully, I think this matchup is favored for me. Let me win it. Let me, force them to think about that ultimate matchup. J King basically knowing, like, either way, I got to beat that deck with this deck. So let's just get it over with.
Both players having a lot of strong tools, War Machine, Naval Power, and Supply Shortage all available for 66 better. J King fighting 33rd Recons to counteract the Supply Shortage. J King going first means he can put down these 33rd Recons on the board before 66 better can do the Supply Shortage, and that draws you 4 additional cards. It's essentially a 3k lend lease. It is crazy powerful right now. One of the interesting openers against Brett, if you're going first and you have the front line turn 1, you should always put down your 22nd against Brits because you can generate 2 draws guaranteed. And we see this now, J King generating a huge amount of card draw on the board. And I mean,
Going right into what got him to this dance, which is throwing the scouting parties out and saying, yeah, go ahead. Kill them slowly with your supply shortages. That's why they're here.
Wait, clear my board. I dare you. And
Yeah, I would love to draw 3 a turn.
Has to
But he
figure
has
out-
to.
You have
He
to.
has,
Yeah.
he has no
There's-
choice.
And even if you don't, J King's drawing extra cards from this 22nd infantry.
From the 22nd, yeah.
Yeah, you have to do it. And gonna pre-search the B24J, but J King, so many cards. Can put down 15th Cavalry, can put down 35 Ts, can put down another Recon if he wants. Just has to figure out how to apply the correct amount of pressure and looks like we're going to see 3 damage coming out here. 66 better could do with a Glamour Boys to try and slow J-King down. Gonna throw out the second supply shortage, knowing that J-King is already drawing maximum. Goshi.
Once again, probably feels like he has to.
If you can't Goshi if you're J-King, right? There is too big of a threat of the SW patrol.
Not only that, but you've already seen 2 supply shortages, right? Which is what the card is mostly in there to fight against. So like 2 of the you brought that Goshikin to stop 4 bullets, and 2 of those bullets are already gone. So I wouldn't think that now would be the time either.
I mean,
and yeah, we see him willing to go wide.
Yeah. But it's a great answer to a Glamour Boys. But if 66 better goes for a Glamour Boys, you can then respond with it. You don't have to pre-play it.
And just saying, I've seen your AoE. I've seen it twice. You only have 2 more in that whole deck, and that gives me the comfort to spread out. That gives me the comfort to play my fragile buff wagon to try to get some of this damage out and around.
66 better is in so much trouble with this hand.
Absolutely, and also allows the the Goshikin or the Dragon Slayer to come out now without fear of ASW, because the board is just full of targets.
Could also draw some extra cards. There's so many options here for J-King.
And that's an excellent
raiding.
Yeah, and there are multiple options to kill the honey and pressure the front line. He could have done it with a bomb raid if he wanted to get a little bit of face damage, but of course I believe the raiding brigade much better. Now sitting on lethal, and I don't think there's
supply shortage, but that's
it's only
going
to take away 4 damage.
Yeah,
there's still going to be 5 present on the board
and 3 from hand.
Yeah, absolutely.
J-King turns it around to a 2-1, goes to the finals to match up against, I believe it was Spoker.
And 66 better throws him to Z.
Oh, that is classy. I appreciate that.
Nothing more tired than Jagro.
Oh, he hits him with the Zzz. I am.
I mean,
outstanding.
So,
put my eyes back on.
How, like, Bubbles, how good is this Jagro deck against Brit? It just feels like we've seen it happen twice now, and it just feels like it's a no-brainer. Okay, here's some recons. I win the game now. Have fun.
So this deck has been developed a while ago. This has been very close to things he's played on ladder before. I don't think this is a secret. He's shared this list before. He's spoken to people about the list he runs. It's very similar to what he used to play on ladder. So I think it's like he's got this silver bullet in his back pocket, and whenever it seems like the right time, he just brings out this silver bullet and he just goes to town on it. Part of the beauty with this scouting party is it's amazing against Brits, but it's still not the worst card against other decks. It can... Jagro's turn 3 is really icky. It's a really awkward spot. You've got Audacity, which is really nice, but a lot of Jagro's history, we've had to rely on things like Akita, which are just not that beneficial. They're more there to fill a gap, and now we have the AA gun and we have Scouting Party finding their ways to fill that gap.
And I think what'll be super interesting, right, is we've seen that deck that is teched against Brit played against Brit like twice and win, right? So it'll be really interesting to see in a final set here now with no bans if J-King has to play that into a deck that isn't British, right? I want to see how that deck stands up against the German mid-range, either the Japan or the US version, right? It'll be really interesting to see if he is sort of losing anything in that matchup to gain the anti-Brit tech that has so far been utilized so well.
Absolutely. Going into the finals here, there are no bans, which means you've got a much wider variety of potential decks to queue into. So let's go ahead and bring up the bracket here. Let's show a little bit of a recap as to what got us to these final 2. As Bubble mentioned at the end of the matchup. We are going to see J-King taken on Spoker. We are going to have no more bans. Both players bring in all 3 decks, so it will come down to what order you want to play them in, who is going to want to play what, and how you want to go about doing it. Somebody like J-King has done this time and time again, so very curious to see if they can bring in some of their expertise around the big game scene here. Looking back at their trajectory that got them here, Spoker defeated Dandelion 2-0 in the semifinals. We did see Spoker unseed the number 1 player in last month's ladder, Noan 5. J-King taking a different path along the bottom, defeating newcomer Kaza in the quarterfinals, and then we just watched J-King defeat 66 better 2-1, which is what brings them both to the finals here. $750 on the line. $450 goes to the loser. The third place players, third and fourth place players split $300. The rest of the crew taking home some diamonds. So $750 and the title of the March OCC champion on the line. Let's go ahead, do our musical chairs, and get into this finals. We're gonna give J-King a little moment to maybe grab a glass of water, run to the washroom, do whatever J-King needs to do to get himself sorted for these finals. So in the meantime, why don't we take a quick peek here and a little refresh on what the players are bringing. We did just see J-King, but let's dive into Spoker's list quickly and just take a run through it. Bubbles, why don't you enlighten us?
So yeah, Spoker has what I'm calling pretty much the standard lineup for this tournament. We see frontline, German mid-range, and ramp. The frontline list is pretty common to what most people are running. We've seen it a lot before. The stranger cards are things like in the Navy, but even that we've seen it as some competitive success before. One of the really nice things about one-off countermeasures like in the Navy or enemy spotted, these sort of countermeasures, is you almost are playing it for the psychological effect, because your opponent has to consider that you could have this up whenever you're floating credits. So J-King looks at Spoker's front line, he sees that there's a unit there and he's got a good trade, but he has to think, is this 1k being floated and in the Navy? So this is sort of why this card is ran, at least as far as I'm aware, is it's mostly there because it trips up your opponent and forces them to take slightly less optimal routes just to try and play around this. You're not so fussed about actually drawing it into your hand, you more just want the threat of it in your deck. This next list is German USA mid-range. We do see German USA and German Japan both vying for this German slot. They are very similar decks. This German US is slightly more focused on reaching the mid-game quickly with War Machine, and then it does have some better answers to beat control with things like the M10A1 and Duress. Japan, however, has a slightly quicker start with better one drops, and then you do also get cards like Southern Plan for the slow games and Burst of Fire to quickly try and end the game with like a Comet for 10 damage. And then the last deck is this Brit combo ramp. Now we saw J-King being able to survive this simply by not taking damage to the HQ. And it'll be really interesting to see if we see this mirror again and if it goes the same way once again. I'm curious how much of this is premeditated, how much is looking at these lists and going, well, they've got the Wellington, they've got the production orders, and they've got the Commonwealth, but a lot of them don't have the Lancaster anymore. I can just heal past a certain threshold, and then they're going to struggle to kill me. We did see production order getting hit by an Ultra, which was an absolute game changer. So I'm really curious to see how this matchup turns out if a production order doesn't get hit by an Ultra.
Thank you, Bubbles. Let's flip over to J-King's list. I know we just saw them, but Berto, why don't you give us just a quick refresher so we're all up to speed on what J-King is bringing to the finals?
So J-King has a Jagger list. Probably the most interesting thing about it being the Gebirgs Pioneers. Pretty much a dud draw in the late game, but if you get it early and your opponent doesn't have something like a Bloody Sickle, then it is a huge boost in the early game. It's kind of like credit denial in that aspect. And then he has German Japan mid-range. We've seen it so many times already. And we have this Britain deck, which has really been putting in work in this tournament. And Spoker is certainly worrying about this list with how well J King's been doing into the Brit Mir matchups, and as well with his other decks, because he doesn't have a lot of direct damage from orders or deployment that deals any more than 1 damage in his decks for these 4 copies of California.
So, Berto, do you really think it is the aspect of having second California in here that's really throwing J King's opponents off and really making this Brit deck kind of outperform where you'd expect it to be?
Not exactly, because I feel most of the matchups he's ended up playing this Brit deck in, maybe all of them, are in the Brit Mir. And I don't think that's where the California particularly shines the most. I think it's more about how he doesn't go for the Commonwealth or the Halifax win condition, because that just gives him a lot more slots to have removal, maybe a little more healing. Well, he has about the same amount of healing, but it just seems that he lets his opponent run out of cards in deck and then just heals just as much as he needs to not die, and then also has enough answers for the threats that are presented for him.
And so, Bubbles, I'm curious to see your take on this. Does this make this list more of kind of a tournament deck where if I can look at my opponent's deck list, I know what they're bringing, I know what their threats are, I know how to allocate my resources appropriately to make sure I'm taking out their threats, I'm healing up enough to stay safe, and it probably wouldn't necessarily perform as well, let's say, on ladder, where you can queue into a variety of different things and have less knowledge about them?
I mean, I think Brit Ramp overall struggles a lot on ladder. It's mildly frustrating for some of us because we see a lot of people complaining about the Brits' power level, and they're certainly a very powerful nation, but definitely less so on ladder. It's the same with this Brit combo ramp. It struggles to hold up on ladder because proactive decks are always going to be better on ladder, as they are more tolerant to unexpected cards and things you don't expect. It's very difficult to play one of these slower decks because your opponent comes out with double Halifax, triple Lancaster Mark 1, triple ASW Patrol, and they just trout you because they've gone full late game. Whereas these aggressive tempo decks can tolerate unexpected, players playing very unexpected decks. So I think it's going to struggle on ladder for that reason. And then I do also think it's not built for ladder. It is built for a tournament. A lot of decks aren't built for ladder and are built for tournaments. So it's a very common practice. And I've seen this be a source of confusion. Surely a good deck is a good deck. It doesn't matter where it is. But one of the core things, again, is the sense of how controlled an environment is. Tournament is a very controlled and expected environment. You have a really strong idea of what everyone's going to be playing beforehand. And this allows you to not worry about things. J King doesn't have to worry about 2/3 of the decks that are played on ladder because the tournament players don't like them. They're just not a consideration. So I think it's definitely built for tournaments. I definitely run into it on ladder. But personally, I hope to gain some points there.
Well, let's find out how it performs in the tournament as we are into our finals for the March OCC.
Now we see Brits against Germany, Japan here. So Spoker on his Brit combo deck, or the ramp combo, and J King on Germany mid-range. J King having an extremely strong hand, having Berg's Pioneer, which almost guarantees a turn 2 Kagoshima, and then 33rd Recon to try and shrug off one of these supply shortages. Spoker also having a relatively good-looking mulligan because he has access to the Pioneer and supply shortage, and can try and find like a War Machine, maybe a Glamour Boys at some point. Not the worst hand for both players, but J King definitely off to the races with this one.
What I really want to point out is that J King kept FW. That's
He's like, I've got my Kagoshima, I've got my 33rd Recon. If this blows up in my face, I need something way down the line. This is my insurance. Don't you worry. Now Kagoshima almost definitely going to come out from J King, but supply shortage, a pretty good answer to it. It can hit face for 5, but it's definitely disappointing here for J King when this supply shortage comes out.
Yeah, investing 5 credits to hit your opponent for 5 is not particularly impressive.
I mean, it's definitely a better rate than Bismarck.
Yeah, sure.
Now we see MI5 and Ramp coming out. J King is going to better hit the HQ for 5 and play around this Glamour Boys. Now, Glamour Boys would also not heal Spoker this turn as the Kagoshima is there. But I kind of expect to see a Crusader MI5 come out here.
Yeah, that'd be pretty reasonable. Does it hit the countermeasure? No.
Not going to put down any units at all. J King is going to better put down a Dragon Slayer and probably very thankful he held on to this FW. Now, it can one-shot the Glamour Boys. Spoker will be able to respond with a supply shortage to finish it off when it's on 1 health. But with 33rd Recon on board, that's not the end of the world. We may just see it pinned down for a while and struggle to really flap its wings and, burn down Spoker's HQ.
And it's really so big that Spoker had the Pioneer and the supply shortage. The supply shortage, you run 4 of them. It's pretty common to have them in the opening hand, but the Pioneer to enable the supply shortage a turn earlier so the Kago only hits once and prevent the 33rd Recon from coming down to play around.
On the topic of Kago,
yeah,
there is another Kago, and if Spoker goes for the B24J, it's going to get blown up by this countermeasure. These a really You ready to roll some dice, Berto? Looks like he may just go for the bomber though, but that's going to guarantee that you take 6 damage to face from the Dragon Slayer. Suppress does not remove veteran status.
Yeah, and I mean, it makes some sense from Spoker's perspective. Deny another draw, enable the healing from Glamour Boys, and J King hasn't had many opportunities to draw a lot of cards, so the chance of him having From the Deep there, from Spoker's perspective, is fairly low.
And it also does mean, yes, you've lost your big bomber, that's a shame, but now you can play your Glamour Boys without having to worry about the healing aspect, because Kago has been suppressed. Triple Glamour Boys available for Spoker. That is going to be a wall of guards, and J King may have a really difficult time breaking through. With more pin available as well.
Yeah, the enemy contact, and then trading the Crusader off into the 5-3 with supply shortage on it. It is still not looking great for J King here.
However, he is giving up being able to deal with... I mean, he's basically saying, yes, you can hit me this turn, which is slightly risky, sitting on 16 health. You do have the glamours, but you don't have a... Okay. Just make me swallow my words then. That's fine. Now, FW, a very tempting choice here. So you don't feel great hippering this turn.
No, but
it doesn't feel good either.
Hitting your opponent for 5 with a 35T at least, but
that is true. How? Oh,
it still doesn't mean.
Hold on. No. Oh, J King, you moved too fast. I had an amazing idea. You go for the 5/5 Panzer 35T, and then you hipper your own 3/1 and return it to your hand.
That's actually very smart. Yeah.
If only he'd waited a little bit. Now, I do have... Spoker may be regretting the honey placement a little bit here. I do have to request if...
This is pretty...
it's pretty botched.
He did not think about his placement here. I'll just say that.
J King kind of has to just pass back the turn, but I'd like to see a 35T come out just to try and play around ASW the best you can. But this German deck not able to really pressure the Brit deck in the same way the Japan deck was. It looks like Spoker is most likely going to get their win on the Brit deck.
Yeah, I believe the... Yeah, you have to Admiral Hipper the honey to
Yeah, you're dead
not
if you
die
do.
to...
Well, no, you can Hipper the guard.
You can Hipper anything, yeah, but...
Yeah. You do
It's-
have to Hipper.
But not dying for one more turn does not a win make.
Not dying for one more turn is better than dying straight away.
I don't
Gotta be
know if that's
positive
true.
here. You think save the time?
Yeah, I think I get more tilted the longer that I'm in this game. So
Oh, it looks
therefore,
like J King is not going to have to worry about that, as he is not going to be in this game much longer. Commonwealth going to come out and 20-0 with the might of the British Empire backed up by American aid, crushing Germany. Almost poetic there. And now we see 1-0 from Spoker. This is a best of 5, so 3 wins are required. A lot of space yet for both players to still move about in. It's not a quick best of 3, so J King doesn't need to worry, but Spoker gonna be happy to get that win on the Brit deck, because it could have been difficult. If you'd gotten that matched up against the Brit Mirror and then against Japan, you potentially just essentially give 2 free games here to J King. So
yeah, and J King's not gonna get too rocked by lost in a finals match. He's been around long enough, I think it's fair to say.
To quote J King 7, it doesn't matter what decks you bring to a tournament, you have the same chances of winning. And that's definitely not a misquote that I'm purposely misquoting to misrepresent what he said. Any claims of that, I will deny. Now, Spoker able to get rid of J King's turn 1 ramp, and then going to go for his own ramp pretty quickly. Now, this is the mirror, the non-mirror mirror. It's almost like one of those mirrors at the circus or the playground or the fun fair, where it looks like you, but one of them's like a little bit thinner or a little bit fatter. And yeah, German USA versus German Japan. Spoker trying to work out, I mean, is he tempted to go for the M10? I feel like you don't have much choice but to play your War Machine here.
I disagree with that, because War Machine doesn't like put you into playing anything like better next turn, right?
I suppose, but also...
But if you play M10, then you're able to trade and War Machine.
But when he top decks Hipper this turn, he'll be glad he played it. I was very excited for it to be a Hipper. Now, slightly awkward here from Spoker. You don't really want to put down this autocannon with a Nebelwerfer already on board, as J King has quite a few ways of answering this. You've got the Type 93s, you've got the 35Ts, and you have Honorable Death. Not to mention the Heinkel. So, feels really awkward playing autocannon into this board. And this is one of the strong points of Nebelwerfer, is you can play it without this ping in these awkward situations, and it's just a nice artillery to try and pressure your opponent into doing something.
I really think that War Machine turn was a huge blunder from Spoker. Like, it's not one of those things where it's like, oh, it's so obvious you have to do it the other way. But it is one of those things that has huge consequences. And this is why it's so important to keep an eye on
However,
sorry, I'm losing my mind. Why it's so important to plan your next turn according to what you're ramping into.
FWs are going to come out before J-King can start chaining these sudden plans. So J-King not able to shut down the FWs. May just go for a Dragon Slayer. That way he can try and trade blows. However, if Spoker just starts hitting face and puts down the Justora, it could be a really awkward spot for J-King. Doesn't have to worry about Burst of Fire though, as it is not available to Spoker, being USA ally.
J-King can full clear if it is Restorer and FW to the HQ.
He can full clear, but it puts Spoker in a pretty nice position where your board's been full cleared and you respond with a second FW. And then J-King has to figure out how to deal with that in a sensible manner.
Yeah, I mean, J-King still does get the incremental value from being able to trade with the artillery turn after turn.
Yeah, having the artillery survive is certainly a big deal in J-King's favor, and Spoker trying to work out the best way to play this, takes out the artillery, goes for the Restorer. Now, we could potentially see J-King sacrificing the 35T and maybe the bomber to get rid of this FW. You can hit face with the Dragon Slayer and let Spoker do the trade.
You really like hitting the HQ, huh?
It's what I was born to do.
You know what's on my mind and is on my mind every time I see this deck played?
The impending doom of life.
Is these gosh darn southern plans that you're never able to play on turn 4, even when they're in your hand on 4
but to be fair, they are super addictive. Like, you southern plan someone once, and you're like, I gotta put this in everything.
You keep one British player off of Glamour Boysing one time until they overdraw, and then you can't remove it.
It's when you do southern plan into Hipper, and you're like, I'm never playing any other deck again. This is awesome. It's a really addictive card. It's similar to War Machine. You see people putting War Machine in everything because it's just such an addictive card. J-King now trying to get some board established. These Devil's Brigades for Spoker, really quite powerful here. They do have Alpine, so one of them will be a 4-4. So Spoker is able to clear the front line and put a 4-4 in the front line, as well as trade fighters, which actually sounds like a terrible play now that I think about it, because there are Shootsons available for J-King.
I really think that these Devil's Brigades come in pairs. We saw it earlier in one of J-King's games as well, that he also found both the Devil's Brigades to use at the same time. There's just something about it. They're like guaranteed the Alpine value somehow. After the nerfs.
It's especially fun when you put down a Geberg's Pioneer and then you start chaining the Devil's Brigades, because obviously you're like, I've got this wombo combo that I never had before. Now, J-King may just want to put down the second FW. So the old saying goes, overdraw as baits, but we may also see him look for like a Hippo or a Yag Bomber to get rid of this 5th Rangers after it's been moved to the front line.
Bubbles, I've come up with a new KARDS conspiracy theory.
I heard it. Or is it yet another one?
It's that because they tried to push Alpine with Winter War, and then it didn't work out too well. They shadow buffed the chance of drawing an Alpine when you have Alpine already in hand. But then people still don't play Alpine, but it makes Devil's Brigade better.
Comment here, drawn for Smoker. A pretty good card. As J King isn't going to be able to deal with it.
It's so fun coming up with completely wild and wacky cards conspiracy theories, though. Like, it's so very silly, but...
You have to be careful. People buy into these things. J King in an awkward position here. A hand of absolutely nothing, really. It's a hand of nothing. And has to go face and try and close out the game through doing so. But it's very awkward. Is he just hoping for the Yag Bomber top deck? The Comet is going to ruin his day. Yeah, goes for the trade, hoping that, you know, Yag Bomber or Hipper can swing this game around, but as the Comet comes out...
Wait, did he just miss lethal?
No, he played around Counterstalk.
Does J-King run Counterstalk?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So, yes, he missed lethal. No, I don't think it was a mistake. Because J-King does run Counterstalk, and I don't believe he runs Burst of Fire, so you don't have to worry about any Burst of Fire shenanigans. So you play it a little bit slower. You don't do what I did, which was play your Comet into countermeasures and lose your ladder game because of it.
I feel like it's reasonable to play 35T first, and if you're 2 damage off lethal, it's not a big deal, but...
J-King is able to... J-King able to survive on board, and Spoker... Oh, has he got the presence of mind? He has.
Well, it doesn't
matter now.
even matter. No.
Yeah.
He can play any card in hand and still have lethal.
And Spoker taking a 2-0 lead, J-King having a difficult time with the matchups. This German deck not living up to its fear. I mean, it did lose to 2 of the best decks in the tournament, so I don't think you can be too harsh on the deck. Like I said, Spoker has one of the most well-balanced lineups in the tournament, and there's good reason why these decks are so popular is because they are incredibly powerful decks. Now, before we get on to the potentially last game of the tournament, I do just want to give a quick shout out that after the tournament, don't go anywhere because we will be raiding or hosting Bear Gardener, who does the OCC after party. It is a cool place to hang out, chat with people about the games, chat with Bear, who is a lovely person. So if, unfortunately for J-King, this is his last match, make sure not to close off the stream and wait for the raid or host and go and watch Bear Gardener's OCC after party because he's a cool guy and it's a good time. Now, J-King has War Machine, Draw, and AoE. The Holy Trinity, if you will.
How can he lose?
Spoker doesn't have a 1-drop, but does have a pretty solid mid-game, and Blitzkrieg is really difficult to play around when you're Brits because often you're doing threat management, you're working out what the big threats are and what you can leave on the board, and Blitzkrieg just throws those calculations out the window. J-King able to double War Machine. An early Gren does feel really nice, however, with this PIR on board, you're not going to be getting the high value trade you necessarily would do because PIR makes things just attack real hard.
Yeah, I find PIR tends to be just really good against Britain when you get it down early. Because Britain, they're a little slow to get out their removal and to clear the early Gruts. So if you have something that gets a lot of value early and doesn't have one defense, then it's really powerful.
I mean, the amount of times we've seen, like, I don't know, a 10-1 PIR or something, where it's just surviving on 1 HP, but it's got, like, the attack of half the HQ starting point, and it's just, I mean, it generally dies, but for a 2-drop, you'll get a lot of value from it. Now, Spoker has to make a decision and go for, like, the 5th Rangers or the Devil's Grade to the front line. Could also just go double Greyhound to try and set up a double Blitz, or a Blitzkrieg into Blitzkrieg. But I think you hold on to them because you've got so much potential to blitz from hand into Blitzkrieg that it's potent. And we see PIR greeding out as usual. He will now one-shot that Grenadier Guards with the Blitzkrieg buff. So do you feel like 35T into Blitzkrieg is the move here for Spoker? Really put some pressure on Jaking's base?
I don't think so. I mean, Jaking's surely going to trade into one of these, right? And then the 35T Blitzkrieg doesn't end up looking as damage efficient.
Oh, I was worried he was going to get baited into the War Machine. I'd have certainly been baited. Have track coming out. Jaking and be very glad he went for the trade. California could be a real threat if it's able to get to the front line, especially because there's not M10 available on hand for Spoker. This Cali, I mean, Jaking has the potential to put on a lot of threat on board with things like Cali and Wellington. It's just about if he can get to it without dying first, especially when Spoker has such a terrifying hand.
Half would surprise me. The more I think about your suggestion, the more I like the Panzer 35T and Blitzkrieg line.
Hashtag Bubbles was right.
Well, I certainly wouldn't tweet that out due to all the controversies, but
now we see Jaking may be forced to go for a supply shortage Gren Guards, but will most likely spell his quick demise. May need to go for a Glamour Boys to get the healing, however, still going to be absolutely deleted. Maybe just going for the Cali. You know, says if he's got Blitzkrieg, he's got Blitzkrieg, but he certainly has Blitzkrieg and is going to be able to do a lot of damage. M10 available for Spoker, meaning the Cali is not the threat it once was.
But in some ways, you also want to keep it around for Gren Guards. When I say in some ways, I mean in a big way.
Sometimes Berto says it's, you know, it's not a big deal, but it really do be a big deal. Deep down inside. And Spoker storming his way through the finals. Fortification, gonna be able to give Jaking a little bit of breathing room. But still.
I mean, Convoy, Glamour Boy, Fortification. It's a pretty good turn. Gren Guards.
Gren Guards, Fortification, War Machine? Well, there you go. I mean, on the one hand, M10 really hurts, but on the other hand, at least the M10 is gone now. Yeah, that's the kind of positivity the world needs from us, Berto.
Yeah, I mean, your opponent already used the one of half track, and you still have a 5/9 that's, you know, just destroying something for 1 credit every turn. And you can't be too upset about that.
You certainly cannot be, and J-King is going to be able to get a Kali to the front line if there's not another unit there. If the 99th comes out, you can go Wellington trade again, and put a Kali in the front line. And that is going to be a real nuisance. There's another Kali to chain them. You have to Kali frontline here, right? There's no doubt about it.
I think you're right about it, yeah.
You kill the 164 first. If you're lucky, the buff hits the Red Devils. Now, Kali will promptly die, but it will cost Spoker a lot of resources to do so. However, nice RNG. If Spoker is ever able to get to the point where he can get 2 units in the front line and has credits to spare, he could one-shot J-King, but J-King gets the Kali up, and it's going to cost Spoker pretty much everything to clear this. You are able to clear this board and clear the Wellington, but you spend a huge amount of resources to do so. And this isn't putting the pressure on the HQ that you really need to be putting.
It is nice RNG, but it is also nice ordering.
Yeah, it's both. And also, it doesn't matter that much because everything dies when it hits Kali, and everything only hits for 1 anyway.
Yeah.
It only matters a very marginal amount. Now, J-King, is he just going to put a set? I kind of want to see Kali trade move up this boy. Okay, that's fine by J-King. That's fine for him. And Spoker is done for, quite frankly.
This is the sort of matchup that I believe J-King was considering when he put the 4 of Kali into the stick. Because there just isn't a lot of direct damage going around. There's a lot of units with Blitz. There's a lot of units that generate more units.
He's gonna repair the Grens. The Grens are gonna back to 9.
5-9 in the front line is not something that
front line.
That
is harder to deal with than a Kali. At least with a Kali, you can M10 it, and we have seen some emotes today. J-King managing to take a game for himself. Still has to worry about this Germany deck he's struggling with, but you know, has the tools to win against frontline. Now, against frontline, this Japan deck, the Kagoshima is fairly powerful. However, the M100 Ghost is, or the KI100 Ghost, sorry, it's not particularly useful here.
No.
We do see Jagro against frontline. Now, you can keep Signal or On the Ascent. You cannot keep both because On the Ascent blows up Signal. So J-King has to decide, do I take Signal and try and rush down Spoker? Do I take On the Ascent and try and get a huge board wipe where I get like Red Devils, 164th, Greyhound, just a little. J-King having a very good hand here. Type 93 means you can buff up your board to be above 1 attack, and then the On the Ascent is near one-sided. It will destroy your Type 93, but your Type 93 turns from a 1-1 that buffs your team for 1 into a 1-1 that buffs your team for 1. You are fine with that.
Spoker's hand is so good here, though.
It is, but it's also so weak to an On the Ascent.
Well, is it really, though? Because you play Red Devils turn 1 in the back line.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter the Type 93, because you just 164 if you get a 2-4 Red Devils.
J-King opting to go for the front line instead of the Geberg's Pioneer. Maybe trying to stop a 1/6 on turn 1, move to the front line. And here we go. We see the Red Devils, and it may go just as you say. J King considering going for the Type 93 trade by the looks of things, but the Berg's Pioneers coming down. He's going to hit face for 3. He's not going to be happy to see 1/6/4 comes out. But with the Honorable Death as backup, he would at least better get rid of this Red Devils, but he's going to need some of his card draw.
Yeah, Honorable Death is going to cost 2. You're also giving your opponent an extra card. They went second, so they're already up on cards. It is.
However, once this Red Devils is gone, you have the potential to steal a 164th plus Greyhound, and then use that to try and buy enough time to find your proper card draw. Try and find expansions, recons, and once you find something like a Shiden, the game really flips on its head.
Yeah, that's true. He's not out, but
He's certainly not. He's certainly not in either.
yeah, he needs a bit of an on the ascent miracle, and he's halfway there. He has the card in his hand.
Yeah, living on a prayer.
On the ascent really is one of the cards with just the most potential to do something insane. Like
It is certainly one of the cards of all time. Now, Spoker has to figure out how to play this turn. Greyhound moving up, eliminating something is very tempting, but it's also an incredibly expensive turn to not achieve much. We're going to see the M10 come out and get rid of the card draw here. J King, though, can potentially flood the board.
I just meant to say, Bubbles, for the record, that I know you're just I know you're just yanking my chain to get me riled up, but because I still can't let it go regardless, I'm just trying to say, compared to other like really powerful like Greek cost cards, like say Audacity, on the Ascent, it has a lower floor but a way higher ceiling.
I don't think I disagreed with you, did I?
No, you didn't. You just
you just decided that I had. You're like.
that's not what I'm saying.
Hold on, let me get this right before we continue. In your head, there is a fictional version of me that yanked your chain and annoyed you, and now you're calling me out on it. Have I understood the situation?
I had felt that you hadn't disagreed with me. I just thought you misrepresented what I said slightly. And I cannot remember how you misrepresented it either.
I just said living on a prayer. Because you said we're halfway there, and I was like, that's the song lyric. Back to the game. We can argue later. Back to the game. Spoker has one of the spiciest looking Stars and Stripes I've seen in a long time. And one of the nice things about Stars and Stripes is it has this almost unmatched potential. Like, the ceiling for it is just so much higher than other 5k cards.
That's true. That's true. But also you need to consider that the floor is lower because
The floor is also lower. That is true.
Those cards that have.
And now J King in a tough spot here, going to need a bit of a miracle. Shiden could potentially be that miracle, but certainly in a difficult spot. Not using Enigma, not using Take Liberty, so no way to match the hand size. Has expansion in the deck, but not able to utilize it. A scouting party could be a real nice way of trying to swing the game, but with Spoker's hand, I can't imagine it being enough to put J King back onto the map here. And Spoker just has to figure out, how do I threaten the HQ without potentially throwing too many resources? We see Spoker taking a long time to think about this 5th Rangers. I expect he's worried about something like a shoot zone coming out and just removing it straight away. 33rd Recon will give Jaking a single card draw, but it's a cycle. It's not particularly useful and it's very slow.
Yeah.
And with Sherman available for Spoker, this really feels like Spoker's game.
Yeah, and last turn, like, I'm sure Spoker has to be thinking, like, just, what are all the reactive cards in J King's deck? Like, Jagro tends to be pretty proactive.
Yeah.
But you see your opponent with 2 cards in hand pass on 6 credits. And then...
The deck's definitely become more reactive, or has more
Mhm.
reactive capabilities, but it's still overall a proactive deck. We do see frontline push, which means J King can go for the trade and then go for the on the ascent. Panzer Grenadier also gives J King some options. However, I don't think this is enough to pull J King back into the game. It is a slight beacon of hope, but it's just going to be too slow to really swing it in J King's favor, and especially with Sherman available for Spoker, you're not going to be able to stop Spoker winning on just pure card advantage, and you're not going to be able to burn him out either. He's on 15 health. You don't have as much burn available as some older Jaguarists used to run, so it feels like a matter of time here for Spoker.
And this
99th is a very good find.
164th is also really annoying. Like, there's so many 4 attack units that make you think, like, oh, maybe if I get a bombing raid or something to be able to clear some of these lower attacks, then I could on the ascent to destroy the 4 attack guys at the same time, but then 164th says, no, you're not allowed to do that. I'll make one of them a 5/5. Which,
Is this it? Is there any real way Jake can buy time here? You can go for the raiding brigade, you can go for the on the ascent, but you have to deal with this 6/6 this turn. And the only way to deal with this 6/6 is to go for the on the ascent and hit it with the units you've stolen. And that's just not very good. He's gonna give it a go because, I mean, you may as well. J King maybe hoping for Spoker's internet to cut out. However, Spoker recently upgraded to fiber optic, so very unlikely. J King not going to be able to clear the front line here, as just too expensive. And with Blitzkrieg off the top, Spoker finds lethal and takes a 3-1 victory over J King's valiant but crushed attempt. There you go. Spoker, I mean, J King really struggled with this German-Japan deck and this Japan-German deck into the matchups he was maybe less hoping for.
Do you think that's a big part of it, Bubbles? Like, again, I think Thanatron brought it up during the semifinals where we've seen J King have a better control on the lineup, on the matchups, because, hey, okay, I lost the first game, but I know what my opponent's bringing. I'm able to line it up the way I want, and he saw success. Here, it's a little bit more open, so it's a little bit more challenging to get those lineups, and we saw, you know, the Brit deck that he normally takes advantage of went through in that first matchup.
I'm sure it's definitely part of the equation, but I think if you've reached the finals, there's a certain amount of, like, it is what it is. If you lose in the finals, you've still done an excellent job. And when prepping decks, there's only a certain amount you can prep for each round. You can prep very heavily for round 1 because you have a good idea. You're facing one opponent. There's only one opponent's decks to worry about. Round 2, you have the two opponents from the upper bracket, there's two possible opponents. When you reach the finals, it's all out the window. You cannot prep for the finals at all deck-wise. So I think J-King's deck served them in the function they were built for, which is they were good in these specific matchups. They got them to the finals. Once you get to the finals, you can't prep your decks for it. You just have to give it your best. And yeah, Smoker's decks were better in the mirrors against J-King's. And congratulations to Smoker.
Now, I'm going to ask, Berto, I'll ask you this question. And both of you know, obviously, J-King better than I do. But when I hear Bubbles say something like, well, getting to the finals is already good. At that point, you know, if you win or lose, it is what it is. Do you ever think J-King thinks to himself, I made it to the finals. That's good enough?
I think that J-King is probably pretty analytical about at this point. Like, you know, he has such a large sample size of tournament games that it's like, yeah, sometimes I'm gonna get second, sometimes I'm gonna get first, you know, I'm gonna try my best in each situation, of course, but there's only so much control you have over such a thing.
Very, very true. I want to ask the question because I think Bubbles made it clear he hates On the Ascent or loves it. I couldn't tell from your disagreement during that last game.
I don't recall a disagreement. I feel like this is. Do you recall a disagreement, Chris?
No, not at all.
I feel like this is. Berto sat there and he's thought, I bet Bubbles disagrees. Oh, why does Bubbles disagree? Hey, Bubbles, why do you disagree? I'm thinking, I didn't disagree. I have no recollection of this at all.
No,
So-
it's just the classic Berto auditory hallucination arc.
I mean, to be fair, I will occasionally wake up in the morning and my wife will be very angry at me and I will ask her why. And it's because of something I did in a dream. So that what Berto's talking about sounds perfectly reasonable to me. That's totally normal that, you know, Bubbles just clearly must be disagreeing here.
I do also wake up angry at Christo for things he's done in my dreams. It's a common trend among the cards community.
I'm the absolute nightmare of cards. I can only imagine. Let's break this weird conversation up by bringing back up the bracket. And take a look at our final bracket of the day. Huge shout out to Spoker for defeating J-King 3-1 in the finals, becoming the March OCC champion and winning 750 buckaroos. J-King falling second, winning 450. Our third place winners, third and fourth place, Dandelion and 66 Better, both take home 150 diamonds for the rest of the crew. Another phenomenal and I think very exciting and memorable OCC in March. We had some fantastic games. We had some games that were also memorable just because of how quickly they ran by, but phenomenal job casting as always. Bubbles, Berto, Thanatron, big thank you. Big thank you to each and every one of you for watching along with us. And most importantly, a huge congratulations to Spoker for being our March OCC champion.
3, 2, 1.